"Daniel," Nell said, approaching him during a slight pause in her rehearsal with Steph, who was adjusting her contact lenses. "You know, you were saying that maybe Shakespeare was particularly close to a young man, but got ditched by him. So I was just wondering, do we know the identity of the young man?" "There's a lot of disagreement about it," he answered. "But Shakespeare did dedicate 2 of his long poems to the Earl of Southampton." "The Earl of Southampton? A nobleman?" she queried. "How's that? I thought Shakespeare was just a nobody from a little country town." "He was. So he'd come a long way, not just geographically, but socially," Daniel observed. "And the first poem's dedication to the Earl is very formal and respectful towards his social superior, as you'd expect. But the dedication of the second poem seems far more intimate, as if meantime they've become familiar. 'The love I dedicate to your lordship is without end.'" "Wow!" Nell exclaimed. "Does that mean they were an item?" "We don't know," he shrugged. "It might just be an expression of loyalty or gratitude, but it sounds as if they might have been friends." "Friends? You mean friends with benefits?" "I don't know. I can only say that quite a few of Shakespeare's plays feature women who dress up as young men." "Yes. Is that another of his obsessions?" "Maybe," he answered, "but it gets more complicated when you remember that all the actors on the Elizabethan stage were in fact males." "Oh yes, males. I'd forgotten." "So the women's parts were all performed by boys or young men." "Oh my God." "Which means that he wrote plays for a theatre where a young male actor would be dressed up to play the part of a girl. And then the plots that Shakespeare specifically used often involved the girl character getting dressed up as a male," he said, seeming amused. "So the audience were confronted by a boy dressed up as a girl, dressed up as a boy. Work that one out if you can." Meanwhile, Lynn was shaking her head glumly. "So this Olivia has fallen head over heels in love with someone she hasn't known 5 minutes," she said. "And to make her look even dafter, Viola's actually a woman dressed up as a man." She grunted in exasperation. "Well, I suppose Countess Olivia isn't as silly as that Juliet last week, but she still needs a firework up her backside." Chloe looked at her acting partner, wide-eyed. "I can't play this part. I feel ridiculous," the old lady said. "A woman of my age standing here saying that she's going all fluttery over a boy. You must be laughing your socks off." "I bet I look all right, Wazzock." "No, you're wrong," Chloe replied, and then she immediately looked shocked at her own temerity. "Oh, sorry. Does that sound rude? I don't mean to contradict you." "How could anybody possibly believe that an ancient geriatric like me is going all soppy?" Lynn asked scornfully. "All mushy over a lad?" "You'd be surprised what people can believe," Chloe answered earnestly. "But first you've got to believe it yourself. I mean, obviously we all know that you're really Lynn. We can see it clearly. But the funny thing is that if you really pretend to be Olivia, so that even you sort of believe it, then everyone else will sort of believe it." The old lady still looked heavily sceptical. "It's like when you see someone doing an impression of another person, taking them off," Chloe continued. "Of course, you know that it's not real, but in your mind, the two people sort of become merged. We can still see that it's Lynn up there, but on the other hand, she's walking different and talking different, and somehow she seems to be transforming herself into Olivia. I suppose it's a bit like being possessed, or sort of like magic. Magic? Lynn queried, wondering what she'd got herself into. Yes, Chloe replied. At least I think so. Perhaps I'm wrong. No, I'm probably wrong. I'm probably just being silly. Harky, though, Lynn told her. When I say that I can't play this part, that doesn't mean I didn't have me moments when I was a lass. Oh, yes, I used to kick my legs up in the air on special occasions. In fact, sometimes my Frank called me his little Lancashire hot pot. Oh, Chloe murmured in polite surprise. But now I'm more like yesterday's leftovers, Lynn said sourly. No, Chloe protested. No. Oh, let's get on with it, Lynn said, grimly determined. Where are we? Oh, yes, it's your turn. They consulted their scripts. Viola was asking Countess Olivia to raise her veil. Good madam, let me see your face, Chloe asked quietly. Have you any commission from your lord to negotiate with my face? Lynn demanded, and Chloe couldn't help staring at the old lady's heavily wrinkled skin. You're now out of your text, Lynn chided her. But we will draw the curtain and show you the picture. She performed a little mime of lifting a veil to reveal her face. Look you, sir, such a one I was this present. Is it not well done? Excellently done, Chloe replied, trying not to look away. If God did all. 'Tis in grain, sir, Lynn informed her. It will endure wind and weather. Chloe gave the older actress an encouraging nod. We just have to use our imagination. Lynn scowled. Well, you'll need a better imagination than I've got. As he tiptoed stealthily into the dim foyer of the church hall and glided silently across the treacherous floorboards, Father Quinn, nearly invisible in his black cassock, looked like the ninja of God. He had tried to convince himself that no further scrutiny of the evening class was necessary or even wise, but nevertheless he found that, as the resident moral authority and defender of the faith, he felt compelled to spy on them. He couldn't help it. There was a surprisingly large gap between the ill-fitting edge of the door and its frame, so he could see quite easily into the brightly lit hall, while remaining unseen outside in his gown of darkness. None of the class had noticed that in the crack by the entrance there lurked an examining eye, the unwinking gaze of the church militant. The women were scattered about the room in pairs, reading aloud from sheets of paper. It didn't look very reprehensible. In fact, he can hear them speaking lines that should be reassuring. What I am and what I would are as secret as maidenhead. To your ears divinity, to any other's profanation. He didn't entirely follow it, but it sounded like morality. Yet, for some reason, he still had an unquiet mind, and felt unable to relinquish his post. So he continued to scan the interior, chewing his lip in concern. Then he suddenly realized that two of the women were walking straight towards him, approaching the entrance, obviously intending to come out into the foyer. Instantly he leapt for the nearest escape, shoving open a door and hurling himself inside. It was the ladies' lavatory, gloomy and eerie, with a ghostly glow of porcelain. Forbidden territory, the female's most private sanctum. Desperately, he dashed into a cubicle and hastily closed the door. He didn't even have time to bolt it, so he pressed his body against it as a barricade against the invading army. Then he heard the squeak of hinges and footsteps entering the room, and someone turned on the lights. He was trapped. "So would you?" a female voice asked. "Would I what?" another woman replied. "Him." "Who?" "Him in there." Quinn went rigid with nerves. Were they talking about him? "You mean the Professor? What I want to do with the Professor? Ah, Haley, don't you ever think of anything else?" "What else is there?" "No, I'm just saying, would you?" The agitated priest couldn't quite grasp what they were talking about. The same woman continued. "I was thinking that maybe after the final lesson it would be a nice gesture to, well, put a bit of drama in his life, just to say thank you. Sort of like giving an apple to the teacher, only maybe I'd give him a couple of nice juicy melons. Haley! That is assuming he's got a firm banana and a bag of ripe plums. Do you have to? It's good for you. I like to get my 5 a day." She gave a loud laugh that was less than ladylike. His brain befogged with the fear of discovery, Father Quinn wondered what was so amusing about making a shopping list for the greengrocers. "Actually, I sort of feel sorry for him," said one. "He's got sad eyes." "Who has, the Professor?" asked the other. "I haven't noticed." "No, you never do," replied the first. "But I can see it. Really sad eyes. I reckon that at some time in the past he got hurt, and he's never got over it." Then one of the women opened the door to the cubicle next to his, went inside, and locked herself in. Imprisoned in his cell, the hidden priest immediately realized the implications and gave a silent scream. One of the women was about to avail herself of the facilities, and he would have to listen to her secret ablutions. He would hear all that he should not hear. For a man of the cloth, this was the ultimate anathema, but he couldn't possibly stop her. It was inconceivable that he might emerge from hiding and admit that he was eavesdropping in the lady's privy. He gaped in terror. He wanted to howl to his Maker for salvation. He wanted an angel to fly through the roof and carry him up to heaven. Desperately, he squeezed his hands hard against his ears to stop himself hearing. It hurt, but the harder the better. He wanted to bellow the Lord's Prayer in a voice of thunder, to blot out any noise from next door, but he knew that he must not utter a single sound. Frantically, he rolled his head from side to side, hoping he could somehow swill the blood around to slosh into his eardrums and drown the intrusive, awful reality. He pounded his palms against his ears to create a thunderous drumbeat which could drive him into deafness. Then he heard the cistern flush. He stopped beating his eardrums, and as the plumbing voided its cleansing liquid, the rising tide of terror began to ebb and pour out of him, and the guilt to flood away. The adjacent cubicle door opened, and the woman went out. He heard the rush of tap water as she washed her hands. He was safe. He was saved. The Lord was his shepherd, and had led him forth beside the waters of comfort. Suddenly he heard the sound of the entrance door opening, and a third female walking into the ladies. Was there no end to the number of lipsticked creatures wanting to powder their noses? "Hi," one of the women said. There was no reply. "Well, I suppose we'd better get back," the same woman said, and two of them departed. There was a moment's silence, but Quinn was sure that the third woman was still out there, probably prinking and preening in the mirror. Suddenly he heard what sounded like a sniff, and then another one. Perhaps this female had got a bit of a cold. Then it went very quiet, and he held his breath. What exactly was the petticoated guard doing outside his prison? "Pfft," the woman said. What kind of noise was that? Did she sound suspicious? Contemptuous? Disgusted? What was she sniffing at? And then he heard the exit door squeak open, and she went out. The door creaked shut. Did he dare come out of hiding? Was it safe to show himself? Or was the cunning wretch still waiting there? Had she only pretended to leave, and was in fact lying in wait for him? He had to take a chance. He had to trust in the Lord. He had to defy his enemies. He opened the cubicle door tentatively and peeped out, like a terrified rabbit peering out of its hole. Nobody there. Gulping, he flitted to the entrance door and inched it open. Nobody in the foyer. He rushed forth from the forbidden chamber, across the shadowy space and out of the building that had been his purgatory. Panting in relief, he scuttled back to the vicarage. He needed a whiskey and a fairy cake, a vat of whiskey and a mountain of fairy cakes. The Countess Olivia was a character that Georgina instinctively understood. Obviously, she was a lady of breeding, of sophistication, and of decorum. And yet, beneath that dignified nobility and cool restraint, there beat unseen a passionate heart. Unglimpsed by the common herd, there smouldered an ardent soul, ready to burst into flame. Georgina felt herself particularly well suited to the role. Perhaps the Countess was a kindred spirit. She almost felt like a close relation. "Your lord does know my mind," she haughtily informed Flick, who was playing viola. "I cannot love him," she continued, smiling sadly up towards heaven, which was apparently the source of her melancholy fate. Then she was forced to look down at her script again. "Yet I suppose him virtuous, know him noble, of great estate, of fresh and stainless youth, a gracious person." With the even-handedness of the true aristocrat, she acknowledged that the Duke did indeed seem the perfect match for her, since their characters were so alike. "But yet I cannot love him," she admitted, gazing into the dim distance with tragic eyes. "He might have took his answer long ago," she was reluctantly compelled to admonish the messenger. Olivia was fair-minded, but firm. Then Flick read Viola's lines, quietly and simply. "If I did love you in my master's flame, with such a suffering, such a deadly life, in your denial I would find no sense. I would not understand it." Georgina looked back at her for a moment, surprised. She was hearing the sound of real emotion. It stopped her. "It's your turn," Flick pointed out. "What? Oh, yes. Where am I? Right," Georgina replied, and then she recited, "Why, what would you? and she had the worrying feeling that somehow her voice sounded rather artificial and perhaps even melodramatic compared with Flick's unforced delivery. "Make me a willow cabin at your gate," Flick replied, sitting down on a nearby chair, "and call upon my soul within the house." "Sorry, you can't do that," Georgina objected. "You can't sit down. Viola is only a servant. She's not allowed to sit down. The Countess would have to give her permission, and I haven't given you permission." "No, but I'm taking permission," Flick replied calmly. "I mean, it feels right somehow. I think Viola's very cheeky. They said she was saucy at the gate, and they tried to get rid of her, but she's managed to push her way in. And now Olivia asks her what she would do if she had been rejected like the Duke has, and she threatens to set up camp outside the house. Make me a willow cabin at your gate." "Yes, but," Georgina began. "And by sitting down in the chair," Flick continued, "Viola's demonstrating how she'd sit down outside the house and refuse to move. So, of course, Olivia's fascinated by the astonishing nerve of this person that she thinks is a young man. He just plonks himself down and won't budge." Georgina replied dubiously. "I think I see what you mean, but I still feel that only Olivia should be allowed to sit. Don't forget that she's a lady." Flick gave her a wintry smile. "Don't forget that she's a woman," she said. "She may have a big house and lots of servants, but she hasn't got any love in her life." Georgina went very still, looking straight into Flick's direct grey stare, and did not know what to say. She involuntarily closed her eyelids. Flick continued quietly, "All of the houses, clothes, and diamonds in the world will never be enough to buy you happiness." And her voice was only a murmur. "If you've got an empty heart." She turned her eyes away and dropped her head a little, so her face was hidden behind a curtain of long black hair. When the session ended, Nell contrived again to be the last to leave, so she could have a private word with Daniel. "Sorry to go on about this," she began, "but I'm really interested." He looked shrewdly at her, guessing the topic she was raising. "Shakespeare's sexuality," he announced, "and his relationship with the Earl of Southampton." She nodded, with her face a picture of comic apology. "No need to be sorry," he said. "I'm fascinated by all aspects of Shakespeare, although I should mention that not everyone agrees that it was with the Earl of Southampton." "But you still think that he loved a younger man, whoever it was?" "Well, it's very difficult to know exactly what went on in people's private lives over 400 years ago," he conceded. "But in the sonnets, the many short poems that he wrote, he goes on and on about how much he loves the other man. Although, on the other hand, I must add that he also writes poems about his obsession with a dark-haired woman. And despite the fact that he was married," she looked keenly at him. "So does this mean that Shakespeare must have been bisexual?" Daniel hesitated and gave a sigh. "We like to divide people into these simple categories: gay, straight, bisexual. But I think that Shakespeare shows that human attraction can be far more complicated." He considered the matter. "I've told you that in Twelfth Night there's a man, Antonio, who says that he adores a younger man. And then you've seen the Countess Olivia being attracted to Viola, a girl dressed up as a boy. Nell's face was still with concentration. "But what I haven't mentioned is that the Duke, who Viola works for, is also attracted to her. Although, of course, he thinks she's a boy." "What?" "And although he's heterosexual." "Sorry? I can't keep up with this." "The Duke's straight, but he finds he also fancies the boy-girl." Daniel nodded. "I did say it was complicated." "Yes, but it's interesting." "The play's called Twelfth Night, but unusually it additionally has a subtitle." "A subtitle? What is it?" He looked at her frankly. "What you will." Nell looked back at him, trying to take it in. "What you will?" she queried. "Or perhaps, as we might say nowadays, whatever you fancy." He shrugged his shoulders in acceptance. "Whatever you fancy," Nell repeated thoughtfully. "You know, I'm going to have to read this play. Seriously, I really want to." Daniel gave her an encouraging smile. "Whatever you fancy," he said. Chapter 14. Quinn had gone into the church to have another chat with the Lord Jesus. It had been 2 days now since his ordeal, when he had been imprisoned in the unmentionable retreat of maidens and matrons, but he was still haunted by the experience, recalling especially the sounds of squeaking doors and running water, and the baffling laughter about apples and bananas, and this was weeks after Harvest Festival. As ever, he was confident that the best remedy for a soul in distress would be a cosy blather with the boss. Lumbering down the aisle, he dimly discerned a kind of brightness about the head of the statue, like the effulgence of a halo. Lifting his eyes in wonder, he hastened his step. Then he stopped dead, as if he'd been punched in the heart. The shining whiteness was something solid, something alien and incongruous, a profane thing obscuring the holy countenance. With a gasp of dread, he ran toward the wooden carving, so vulnerable in its nakedness. Shock seemed to grasp him by the throat as he saw the terrible truth. Incredibly, someone had placed a plastic bag over the head of the crucified Christ. Over the head! He could even see a shop's name printed on the white bag. In disbelief and horror, he scrabbled to stretch up to the disfiguring object, but he couldn't reach. He had to drag a chair noisily into place and clamber onto it. With trembling hands, he delicately lifted off the plastic pollutant, which seemed to make a hissing noise at him, and hurled it away. The revealed Redeemer's face looked at him ruefully, as if in disappointed reproof. "Oh, forgive me, Lord!" Quinn cried out, distraught. "Oh, who could have done this terrible, terrible thing? Who would dare?" he wailed in lamentation. "Are you all right? Are you hurt in any way? Let me look at you." He began to examine the body carefully for signs of injury, muttering, "Are you hurt? Are you hurt?" and stroking the limbs tenderly, feeling for damage. There, he said to calm the victim of this monstrous assault. There. He was relieved to find no fresh wounds. "Safe and sound," he said. "All in one piece. Yes. Good man. and he gave the statue a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Unfortunately, he was still standing precariously on the chair, so this ministering gesture threw him off balance, making him lurch sideways, and his perch tilted dangerously. He grabbed wildly for something to hold on to, and found he had wrapped his arms about the wooden torso. His cheek was pressed against the sculptured chest as he strove to establish his equilibrium. The statue proved to be well anchored and held firm. Jesus was forever his rock and his saviour. "Oh, my Lord, I'm so sorry," he groaned, embracing the figure tightly. "Forgive me. You know that I love you." Then, with a great effort and considerable care, he hauled himself upright. And once he had regained his balance and his dignity, he was able to look straight at the boss, eye to eye, and take a solemn vow. "I swear to God, I'll get the bastard who did this." The police investigation, in Father Quinton's opinion, was a disgrace. He had assumed that there would be flashing blue lights, wailing sirens, and squealing tires as a squad of police cars converged on the building, that a team of experts would cordon off the area and search for clues, checking for fingerprints, taking photographs, and scouring the ground for telltale markings, and that they would immediately instigate house-to-house enquiries, while requiring him to leaf through mugshots of likely suspects. One policeman turned up, on foot. At first the vicar was slightly reassured, because the officer looked more like a paratrooper, with intimidating army boots, and a uniform that was bulky enough to contain all manner of weaponry. But then the military figure addressed him. "Hello, I'm Wendy," she said. The policeman was a woman. He pointed the way, and as she clumped off down the aisle, he saw that written on her back was Police Community Support Officer. What in heaven's name was that supposed to be? They might as well have sent a lollipop lady. She explained that she had been dispatched to assess the seriousness of the incident. Apparently it hadn't helped that when he had phoned 999 earlier, he had been spitting with fury and nearly incoherent with outrage, so that when he had given his name as Father Quinn, the operator had thought he'd said Father Christmas and assumed it was a hoax call. And now it sounded as if this Wendy person didn't believe him. She said there was no sign of breaking and entering, and no proof that a crime had actually been committed. She even said that by devoutly relieving the icon of that awful bag, he had removed evidence, and that he had contaminated the scene. He erupted. He spluttered and hectored. He protested that it was the vile sinner responsible for this appalling act who had really contaminated the scene, who had defiled all that was immaculate, whereas he, the priest, had been cleansing the statue by polishing it so lovingly, restoring it to purity and wiping off all trace of evil. It was his duty as a servant of the Lord and as custodian of the holy image. Wendy said that she could see that he was very upset. Upset! Quinn began to wonder if she was an imbecile. Did community support officer mean that she had been released into the community and that she needed support? "Place not your faith in humankind," he told himself. "Trust only in the Lord." Constable Wendy said that she wasn't sure that putting a plastic bag onto a statue actually qualified as a crime, or at least she wasn't sure under what heading they could file it. If the intruder had spray-painted graffiti on the icon, which she called the Jesus, then it would definitely count as vandalism. Although even then, she said, there was a lot of it about and there wasn't much that they could do about it. Father Quinn shouted back that it was not merely a crime, it was a sin. It was sacrilege. It was blasphemy. It was desecration of a religious image. Wendy said that she liked desecration of a religious image. She thought that they could run with that one. She'd have to check with her line manager, but desecration sounded good to her. She would, of course, be writing a full report, filling out a form, which would mean that the incident, she called it his incident, would definitely go into the system, and that he'd be receiving an official letter through the post, eventually. She explained that only one officer had turned up because of shortages and cutbacks, apologising for their limited response, which was due to restricted manpower. Quinn, fuming, thought she should apologise for restricted brain power. The only adequate response would be the sword and pestilence and the everlasting fires of hell. Chapter 15. Tit for tat. The man in black thinks that 1 week he can come creeping about behind the hall curtains, spying on us like a peeping Tom, and then next week he can hide himself in the ladies' toilet while we're using it. Well, fair's fair. If that's how he's going to behave, then it means that I can make a little unofficial visit in return to his church. See how he likes an intruder on his patch. See how he likes it when I rearrange his furniture. He shouldn't smoke. Sucking on a cigarette and breathing in the poisonous fumes is like putting your lips round a car's exhaust pipe. But not only can smoking kill you, it also makes you stink. Even when you've finished taking your drug, out on the pavement with the other junkies, your clothes still stink, your hair stinks, and your breath stinks. So if you're trying to hide undetected in the ladies' loo, the reek of tobacco immediately gives you away. As soon as I entered the place, I got wind of the stench and knew for sure who it was. Of course, I was pretty surprised, what with him being a member of the religious mafia, but I was absolutely certain who was lurking in there. But what was the old sod doing hiding in the ladies? Why wasn't he in the gents? Does it mean that this man, who looks like he's wearing a black floor-length dress, is seriously kinky? Does he get his jollies by eavesdropping on women when they're sitting on the loo? Anyway, it totally justifies me retaliating by letting myself into the church. And that's also his fault. Having a side door with such a crappy old Yale lock, which anyone could slide open with a nail file, making it ridiculously easy to get in. And then all I had to do was decide how best to make my point. I had a bit of a wander about. It's like a mausoleum in there. And I soon saw the obvious target, the statue hanging up on the wall. But at first I didn't quite know what I could do to it. And then I spotted the plastic bag, dangling from a hook. So once again, I have to say it was the vicar's fault. What was an old plastic bag doing in that dirty great church? The man doesn't even bother to keep the place tidy. Then I had my brilliant idea. Improvisation again. Bag, statue, go. And no sooner had the inspiration struck than I put it into action. I had to climb up on a chair to be able to reach high enough, but I managed it. And then there it was, Jesus with a new hat. Of course, it's mainly there as a warning to the filthy old vicar to behave himself, or worse will follow. But I also like to think of it as a work of art, my contribution to the culture of our times. In fact, it should be the star exhibit in an art gallery. But I don't suppose Father Pervert will see it like that. Chapter 16. In the following week's session, Daniel divided the class into 2 groups of 4 and gave them the witches' speeches from the opening scene of Macbeth, asking the groups to perform them in various ways according to his suggestions. First they tried saying the lines normally. Then they experimented with 2 people joining together to speak the lines simultaneously in the manner of a chorus. Unfortunately, this did sound a bit as if they were chanting like a classroom of infants. And then they tried the scene with one person speaking the lines while another recited them fractionally later, like an echo. "Oh, it's really strange," Steph exclaimed. "It's like there's another person in the room, but they're invisible." "Yeah, like a ghost," Haley agreed. "Or it's like the other voice is speaking inside your head." "It's quite weird," Steph said dubiously to Daniel. "Yes, but they're called the Weird Sisters in the play," he replied cheerfully. "So I think we should try to create a weird atmosphere." To achieve this, he then suggested that only one person should say the lines, while the others experimented with making different background sound effects. When he specified that they should imitate animal or insect noises and begin by humming like a swarm of bees, some of the women responded with frankly sceptical expressions. But when the groups actually tried humming monotonously together, they found that the combined volume of 3 voices was louder than they had assumed, and that the sound seemed to fill the air and was becoming almost hypnotic. "All this humming's tickling my nose," Georgina complained. "My whole face is vibrating," Steph replied. "It's making my lips tingle," Haley said. "Maybe I should try this as a warm-up exercise before I pleasure my fella." "Oh, you mean before you kiss him?" Georgina asked with an arch smirk. "Something like that," Haley answered deadpan. The next variation that Daniel gave them was to try hissing like snakes. And again, the effect was different from what they expected. The insistent sound of 3 overlapping voices hissing was surprisingly hostile and even sinister. "This is making me feel quite evil," Haley commented. "You, Haley," Steph replied. "Never." In response, Haley leaned towards her with glaring eyes, hissing ferociously. The next noise they attempted was supposed to be the whining of a mosquito, but Daniel warned them that it might be difficult, and that they should experiment with any fluctuating high-pitched sounds. "You sound more like a baby crying," Georgina objected to Steph. "Well, you sound more like a cat meowing," came the sharp reply. "And I sound like a mouse squeaking," Haley said. It might have seemed that they were complaining about being asked to make such odd noises, but in fact they were rather fascinated, intrigued by their latent ability to create a weird world of sound. They felt that somehow they were filling the empty hall with an unearthly atmosphere that you could almost touch. Then Daniel addressed the whole class, asking them whether they had any suggestions about alternative ways to say the lines. "I suppose we could try them as a rap," Nell suggested tentatively. "Oh, rap," Lynn replied scathingly. "That's when they just talk, isn't it? Like they've written the words to a song, but they're not clever enough to come up with a tune." Nell adjusted her spectacles unnecessarily, as if she wasn't actually convinced by her own idea. "Could we sing them?" Chloe asked meekly. "That's a good idea, Chloe," Nell responded with a warm smile. "Better than mine." "I'm afraid not," Lynn said uncompromisingly. "Sorry, but you wouldn't want to hear me singing. Frank once said I sound like a sheep that swallowed a set of bagpipes." Sensing it was time to move on, Daniel intervened and suggested that they all try arranging themselves into different physical positions. He asked each group of 4 to stand back to back in the formation of a tight square, so that by touching shoulders with their neighbours, they could actually feel the vibrations of the others' voices passing through their bodies. "I can't touch their shoulders," Lynn complained. "My group are all bigger than me. All I can feel is Mimi's bottom pressing against my back." In response, Mimi chortled uninhibitedly. "I like to shake my booty," she announced with a smile, and she demonstrated. However, very considerately, she restricted the movement of her ripe endowment to a slight and gentle sway, because she was aware that if she unleashed the awesome power and range of the full shimmy, she might knock Lynn flat on her face. Meanwhile, in the other group of 4 women, Steph was becoming inventive. "What if we were to sit on the floor with our backs to each other and link arms?" she said. "Pardon?" Georgina replied dubiously. "Sit on the floor?" "Or, sitting back to back on the floor, we could hold our arms straight up in the air and link fingers," Steph continued enthusiastically. "But we can't sit on the floor," Georgina said with faint disgust. "We'd get our clothes dirty. I'm sorry, but I'm not doing that. Daniel should have told us in advance if the session was going to involve sitting on the floor, and then we could have worn dungarees." "Or we could stay standing up," Haley suggested chirpily, "but still back to back, and walk round in a circle holding hands. Do you remember doing that when we were kids?" "Kids?" Georgina objected. "I don't think we're exactly children now." "So you don't want to do anything that we suggest?" Steph inquired, raising her voice combatively. "All right, Georgina, have you got a better idea?" "Well," the immaculately dressed lady replied, considering, "I thought that the witches were supposed to be gathered round the cauldron, casting a spell." "What, you mean with pointy hats and broomsticks?" Steph scoffed. "And green faces," Haley added, "like Halloween." "It says in the play the witches have a cauldron," Georgina insisted. "Hubble, bubble, toil and trouble, fire, burn and cauldron bubble," she quoted inaccurately. "It says it." "But you can't take the witches seriously if you've got green faces," Haley protested. "I didn't say green faces," Georgina yelled. "I said a cauldron. Haven't you ever read Macbeth?" "No," Haley replied simply, "but I've seen plenty of Trick or Treat." Daniel, hearing the sounds of conflict, joined them. "Is there a problem?" he asked with a diplomatically bland smile. Fire burn and cauldron bubble, Georgina repeated to him. It says it. But they don't want a cauldron. Ah, a cauldron, yes, I know what you mean, he replied, spooning out a dose of his strongest conciliation. And you're absolutely right, of course. That quotation is entirely correct. Although it doesn't actually come in this scene, but you're quite right. Not in this scene, Steph echoed, seizing on the weakness. Unfortunately, we haven't got costumes, and we haven't got makeup, and we haven't got props, he said apologetically. And I'm afraid we just haven't got a cauldron, he admitted sadly to Georgina, gesturing towards the bare floorboards and empty walls. Sorry about that. Yes, well, we're certainly working under severe limitations, she snorted, looking significantly at her fellow actresses. This definitely isn't the Royal Shakespeare Company. Flick spoke up for the first time. So we'll just have to do the best we can with what we have got, she said quietly. Somehow our witches will have to manage without a cauldron, she informed Georgina with a straight face. Then she looked directly at Steph, saying neutrally, and even without pointy hats. Father Quinn had continued to be bitter and sullen about the outrage in the church and the shameful response from the law. He had stamped about and slammed doors, glowering at the world from under brows of thunder. He had clenched his fists and ground his teeth and felt the bile seething in his belly. But at least he had encountered a bit of luck. Or perhaps he had received the blessing of Providence. This had happened when he was rooting around amongst a pile of lost property prior to throwing the lot out. It was downright immoral, the way people today didn't even bother to come back and look for something when they'd lost it. They just went and bought a new one. And it was always disappointing that they never seemed to lose any men's socks, size 9. He could do with some new socks. But he had come across a kind of buried treasure. 2 little electronic gadgets, each looking like the remote control for his television. He tried pressing the buttons to see if anything happened, and a clicking noise came out. Curiously, he read the words printed on the white plastic units. Baby monitor. What that meant, he wasn't sure. But it provoked him to further experimentation, pressing buttons, looking and listening. And when he tapped one of the things with his fingernail, and a clacking sound came out of the other one, he realized that the first one was a little microphone, and the second was a little loudspeaker. He bore his prizes back to the vicarage to confirm his theory. Turning on his radio in the kitchen, he placed the microphone thing next to it. Then he took the loudspeaker thing upstairs and was pleased to discover that he could hear Radio 4 News coming out of it. The baby monitor was transmitting from one room to another. But what on earth could he do with these clever little contraptions, he asked himself. And immediately the answer, like a voice in the wilderness, came clearly to him. Those women on Thursdays, the women he was so uneasy about, he'd be able to monitor them. He could put the microphone somewhere inside the hall, and then he could listen to the loudspeaker from somewhere outside. It was just what he needed to make sure that these females weren't up to no good. He couldn't actually keep an eye on them, but he'd be able to hear every word they said. Truly, God worked in mysterious ways. And so he had secreted the plastic microphone thing on a window ledge in the church hall, and set up his listening post in the gents' facilities. Despite the painful memories of his traumatic imprisonment in the ladies' sanctum nearby, he still felt that he was safe in the gentlemen's withdrawing room. No woman would dare venture in there. In fact, he could feel a tingle of excitement. He remembered the old war films where high-ranking RAF officers dispatched a squadron of planes on a mission and then stood around a large map, prodding model planes about and waiting for a radio transmission to give news of success or failure. Of course, he didn't have any models, and anyway a map wouldn't fit inside the cubicle, and he wasn't even standing up. He was sitting down on the convenient seat. But he was still listening to a private radio transmission, which might prove vital. His keen sense of anticipation might have been encouraged by the whiskey he'd drunk before setting out on his secret operation. He'd been feeling nervous all day, so he'd taken a small drop to relax himself a bit. And then he'd taken a large drop to relax himself a bit more. And then 2 large drops just to make sure. This precaution had been so successful that before the class arrived, he had sailed across to the hall on extremely relaxed legs and had found that he was singing quietly to himself. "Christian, dost thou see them on the holy ground? How the troops of Midian prowl and prowl around." There had been a confusingly odd moment when, for some reason, he couldn't get the key into the lock of the hall door. It wouldn't seem to fit and just sort of skidded across the surface. Presumably it was because the key was getting old and rusty, or maybe because the lock needed oiling. Anyway, he eventually managed to force it in, and then he floated into the foyer, singing triumphantly, "Onward, Christian soldiers, marching as to war." And then the Christian soldier, marching somewhat erratically, had entered his operations room, the gentleman's latrine, and sat himself down in his command post, the lavatory cubicle, to listen to the enemy's voices on his loudspeaker. He had, of course, come suitably equipped with further reserves of military rations in his silver hip flask. He took a swallow and rested his head against the cubicle wall. Yet who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him? Chloe asked, staring unwaveringly at the candle flame. The question seemed to have slipped from her lips of its own volition, and therefore required no answer. She simply appeared lost in quiet amazement at the endless wonders of nature. The class had now been separated individually around the room and invited to work solo on the scene where Lady Macbeth, racked by guilt about her involvement in several murders, is seen walking in her sleep. Daniel had explained how, during the sleepwalking, she's reliving the night when she helped her husband to stab to death the King of Scotland, the old man. To help the women to create Lady Macbeth's trance, the teacher had turned out the hall lights and placed candles in jars round the edges of the room, so that each actress could focus on her own flickering flame. Nell's solo performance as the murderess was very different from Chloe's dazed bewilderment. The bespectacled dentist showed a more scientific approach. as if her experience in the surgery meant that she was familiar with blood and how strongly it spurted from old people. She appeared somewhat surprised, but to a greater extent intellectually intrigued when she asked, "Yet who would have thought the old man to have had so much blood in him?" As if she had made an earlier theoretical calculation, which the experiment had disconcertingly proved to be inaccurate. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, Mimi was following Daniel's advice by examining her fingers in the light of her candle and sniffing at them obsessively. "Here's the smell of the blood still," she growled, with her face registering suspicious disgust. "All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand," the big woman moaned, rubbing her large palms together violently, as if determined to wear away the very skin from her flesh. The teacher, watching, thought that the exaggerated movements of her substantial body and the contortions of her mobile face were grotesquely unrealistic and verged almost on the ridiculous. And yet, to his surprise, he felt that her commitment to the role was strangely compelling and even rather disturbing. In some ways, her performance seemed to throb with the grotesque authenticity of the most bloodthirsty melodrama. At the same time, Lynn, separately, was performing Lady Macbeth's compulsively repeated rubbing of her hands as she tries to cleanse them of the murdered king's blood that she imagines is permanently sticking to them, no matter how much she attempts to wash away her guilt. "Yeah, here's a spot," the little woman muttered, examining her hand critically. "Out, damned spot! Out, I say!" she demanded in annoyance, rubbing sharply at the offending blemish. The famous lines should have sounded savage, showing the speaker's plunge through wild hysteria and spiraling paranoia into ultimate despair and madness. Unfortunately, Daniel could not help thinking that Lynn's irritated disapproval of the damned spot made her sound more like a house-proud suburbanite who was so disappointed with her new washing powder that she was thinking of taking it back to the shop. Over in the far corner of the hall, Flick had reached the lines where Lady Macbeth taunts her battle-hardened husband for his sudden timidity. "Fie, my lord, fie! A soldier and afeard!" The candle that Daniel had provided cast eerie shadows across her face, distorting the features, and her voice rang harsh and bitter. She poured savage scorn on Macbeth's fear, spitting out her conviction that no one would dare to accuse them. "What need we fear who knows it, when none can call our power to account?" Flick sounded genuinely angry and contemptuous, as if this resentful derision of the feeble, unreliable male was bursting straight from her heart. At the opposite side of the room, Steph and Haley, like the others, were working alone, but unfortunately they were standing near each other and could hear each other's voices. The two friends realized that they had both, coincidentally, reached the same part of the speech, and so they found that they were screeching in unison, "Hell is murky!" They stopped at the unexpected accident and laughed aloud in surprise and delight. Father Quinn had been dozing fitfully, with his head leaning uncomfortably against a hard cubicle wall, but his body wrapped in a blanket of booze. He had drifted in and out of consciousness. Women's voices had emerged confusedly from his loudspeaker, and he had felt himself disorientated by all manner of alien sounds, humming and hissing and whining, which made him twitch in disquiet as he snored in uneasy slumber. But then the voices had seemed to be talking more normally, and some of the words had penetrated his befuddled brain. This is making me feel quite evil. Witches, cauldron, spell. Witches, cauldron, fire burn and cauldron bubble. Witches, cauldron. He writhed in abhorrence at the language of the ungodly. And in his fluctuating wake and sleep, he saw visions of leaping flames and leaping women, and there was a river belching bubbles, and dancing on it were naked witches with moustaches like Miss Matheson, and he heard the buzzing of bees and the hissing of snakes, and lo, the air was filled with the whining of insects. It was the time of the predicted apocalypse and the final battle of Armageddon, and he knew that he was about to see the awful whore of Babylon as described in the Bible, having a golden cup in her hand, full of abominations and filthiness of her fornication, the mother of harlots. And then he heard clearly women's voices screeching, "Hell is murky," followed by what sounded to his ears like the crazed laughter of malevolent crones. The priest woke with a great snort, like a warthog suddenly roused to furious combat. He glared accusingly at the little plastic loudspeaker from whose mouth had emerged the vile jabber and cackle of witches. Determinedly, he staggered to his feet, a ready volunteer to fight in the final battle of good versus evil, for the D-Day of judgment was here. He shouldered his way out of the lavatory stall, knowing only that the motherland of the saints was being invaded by the troops of Midian, who were prowling and prowling around in the church hall. Violently he cannoned through the gents' doorway into the foyer, impelled by crusading zeal to confront witches and warlocks and demons and devils and all the company of hell. In righteous rage he threw open the hall door and stood aghast at the scene inside. It was just as he had imagined in his delirium. He saw leaping flames from lighted candles everywhere, and sinister shadows dancing across the enclosing walls. He heard muttering and mumbling, all together in meaningless tumult, and his ears were assailed by the wailing of women and the gnashing of teeth. And behold, there was a dark figure with orange hair, and he witnessed a woman sniffing herself like a beast. "Stop!" he bellowed. "Stop!" His raucous masculine roar burst like a battering ram through the lighter voices of the females. "Listen to me and cease this wickedness!" Every head had turned towards him, and all eyes were watching, but the women's faces were extremes of astonishment and incredulity. "Witches!" he accused them. "Witches and cauldrons!" he bawled. "And the laughter of iniquity!" "Father Quinn!" The drama man's deep voice rang out, equally loud and even more booming. The teacher marched up to the priest and took him firmly by the arm, propelling him towards the door. "I don't know exactly what this interruption is all about, but I think it best if we discuss it privately outside." "Outside, is it?" the vicar snarled belligerently. "Just the two of us," replied the drama man. staring into the other's bloodshot eyes. "Suits me!" the priest bawled as he was dragged into the foyer. "I'm ready for ya, boyo!" The teacher manhandled him outside into the cemetery, and everything abruptly changed. The sudden dark shadows seemed especially dense after the candlelight in the hall, and the fresh air was a shock as it penetrated the lungs, and the night felt chill to the flesh. "Are you all right, Father?" the tall man asked, releasing him, and his face and voice appeared to show real concern. "Are you okay, old chap?" "All right," Quinn answered, confused. "Yes, I could see at once that you weren't feeling too good," Daniel continued, the picture of sympathy. "That's why I gave you my arm and helped you out of the hall." Gave him his arm? That wasn't how Quinn remembered it. "You've obviously not been too well recently," Daniel said in his best bedside manner. "In fact, I remember the first time I saw you, when you showed me round the hall. I thought you looked ill, as if you'd got flu, or as if you'd eaten something that disagreed with you." He paused. "Or drunk something that had disagreed with you." He stared directly into the vicar's eyes, but his expression contrived to remain blandly compassionate. "I don't know what you mean," Quinn blustered. "And then, of course, there was the evening when you knocked over that stack of chairs and gave us all such a shock. Do you remember? I was very concerned then that perhaps some illness must have made you lose your balance. And I know that all the ladies were very worried about you, very worried indeed." "Ladies!" the priest exclaimed in fierce disagreement. "Witches!" he proclaimed, trying to regain the moral high ground, but somehow his denunciation seemed to lack confidence. "Cauldron!" he continued, but with diminishing conviction. "Hell!" he ended rather lamely. "Yes," Daniel agreed genially. "You recognize your Shakespeare, do you? The witches in Macbeth." "Macbeth?" Quinn queried in surprise. "Definitely. Did you study it at school?" came the cheerful reply. "Obviously no drama class would be complete without performing a bit of the Bard of Avon, eh? And of course the witches in Macbeth are perfect for a group that's composed solely of women." "Performing Macbeth?" the priest stammered. "But I thought they were involved in witchcraft." "Did you? Oh, good," Daniel replied, apparently gratified. "That means that their acting was convincing. They'll be really pleased to hear that." "No, I thought that they were under the influence of an evil spirit." "Now that's funny, because at first I thought you were under the influence," Daniel said, all innocence. Then he added, "of a strong spirit." Again he looked directly into the other's eyes, and Quinn glanced away guiltily. "But I was completely wrong," the teacher confessed. "Sorry about that," he said sincerely, laying a sympathetic hand on the priest's shoulder. "I can see now that you're obviously ill again. Your face is flushed, and your eyes are bleary, and you're slurring your words, and you can hardly walk straight. So it's very clear to me now that the problem is you're suffering from a pretty nasty bug, Father Quinn." The man of God stared down at his shoes, scowling, and was silent. "Don't worry, I'll explain to the ladies so they understand," Daniel assured. "I'll make sure none of them does anything crazy like writing to your bishop." "My bishop?" Quinn repeated, looking up warily. No, Daniel said dismissively. "Nothing like that. I promise you can rely on me. I can see you're not well, so I've got to play the Good Samaritan." He gave the penitent's shoulder a reassuring squeeze. Oh, and it'd probably be a good idea if you didn't come into the class again, he added casually. We don't want to startle the fillies. Some of them are rather highly strung. He gave the priest the conspiratorial nod of a shared secret. Between you and me, I'm not to come into the class, Quinn acknowledged sullenly. That's probably best, Daniel confirmed. But now it's absolutely essential that you get off to bed this minute before you fall down, Daniel advised him firmly. Don't worry, I'll make sure that all the candles are completely extinguished, and I'll turn out the lights, and after everybody's left, I'll slam the door behind us to make sure that it's properly locked. He turned the priest towards the vicarage. Now, I completely insist that you go and get a good night's sleep, and perhaps you'll feel better in the morning. Off you go. He gave the man a gentle shove to get him started, and was relieved to see the black-gowned figure plod away and disappear into the darkness. Then he gave a heartfelt sigh. Well, Daniel, he said to himself quietly, maybe you're not such a bad actor yourself, or at least it looks like you got away with it. He heard someone coming out of the building and turned to see Haley standing there, looking slightly surprised. Oh, he's gone, has he? She asked. I thought you two were going to have a punch-up. Yes, but fortunately it didn't happen, he replied. Why, did you come out here to try and stop us fighting? No, certainly not, Haley answered frankly. I came out here to watch. What? He asked in disbelief. Don't worry, I'd have been cheering for you, she reassured him. We all would. Chapter 17. Daniel was in the churchyard, and it must have been raining because the ground was thick with mud, so it was a real effort to wade through it. He was looking for something, but he didn't quite know what it was, while he trudged and slithered round mossy gravestones, between mildewed stone crosses, and past the scarred statues of angels. And for some reason, all the overgrown grave plots were outlined by candles planted in them like flowers. Then he saw the plastic dustbin ahead of him, and he knew that someone was under it. Dragging his feet through the clinging clay, he reached the bin and lifted it high in the air. Haley was revealed, giving him a friendly grin. Don't worry, she said. I'm cheering for you. He quickly put the bin back over her and noticed another dustbin nearby. Lifting that one up, he discovered Georgina. You should have told me I'd get my clothes dirty, she complained. I would have worn dungarees. Feeling very disappointed, he covered her up again. Suddenly he could see someone whose back was turned towards him, someone with long black hair which glistened like a midnight river. Approaching hurriedly, he grabbed one shoulder and turned the mysterious person round to face him. As he did so, the long black hair somehow became a long black gown, and the person was Father Quinn. "Find the lady!" Quinn sang out, and he pointed at 3 dustbins arranged in a row. Then he began to move the bins about rapidly, switching their positions with smooth mastery. "Round and round and round we go," he chanted. "Where it stops, nobody knows." Daniel tried to follow the swooping movements, but his darting eyes were outpaced by the flying sleight of hand. "Find the lady!" came the call. "If you can!" The shifting confusion suddenly stopped, and Daniel stared hard at the 3 plastic containers. He jabbed a finger towards one, and the black-cloaked magician immediately lifted it on high, whereupon Haley bounced up again, smiling broadly. "I'm cheering for you," she said. "Wrong one!" Quinn declared, grimacing sadly in pretended sympathy. "I'm afraid you haven't found a lady." Then he looked more closely at Daniel. "You've obviously not been too well recently. That's what the problem is." He pushed his face up close, so his bloodshot eyeball was almost touching Daniel's, examining him like an optician. "Yes, you're definitely ill," his voice echoed. "You're suffering from a particularly nasty bug." Daniel wanted to contradict him and say that there was a mistake and he wasn't a patient. In fact, he wanted to accuse the black-coated doctor of being the one who was really ill, but he found he couldn't say a word because his throat seemed to be paralyzed. Quinn placed a hand on his shoulder and gripped it like a vice. "Now it's absolutely essential that you get off to bed this minute," he insisted. "Absolutely essential. Off you go!" Then he dropped one of the dustbins over Daniel's head, and everything was black and suffocating, and he was trapped, struggling to burst free, yelling in vain for help, pushing and punching the choking darkness. Suddenly he found he was awake, at home in his bed, and fighting the sheets. Flashing images from his dream were still racing round his brain as he sat up and desperately turned on his bedside lamp. The dazzling light showed him bedroom walls that were spinning sickeningly round and round. He heard himself panting and felt his heart thumping hard within his heaving chest, while his head was reeling and dipping as if in wild delirium. Then the walls slowly ceased to spin, and gradually he found he could breathe more regularly, and the lurid pictures began to fade away as the whirling nightmare seeped out of his mind like a mist and dispersed far into the night. Chapter 18. The figure loomed out of the darkness, nearly invisible. A bulky black cloak spread densely to the ground, rendering the wearer mysterious, and a large hood served to obscure the face. An imaginative witness might think he had seen death emerging from eternal night, and if the witness had a weak heart, the sudden shock would probably ensure that he was right. Heavily the apparition swayed towards the church door and entered. "It's me again, boss," Father Quinn said once he was inside, and stumped down the aisle towards the sacred effigy. "Once again, the miserable offender." He carried a bundle over his shoulder, and by his side he lugged an ancient suitcase, "hoping as ever for your eternal indulgence." Dumping his luggage near the pulpit, he pulled back his hood and stood like the accused in a court of law, the malefactor facing divine judgment. "And I promise you, sincerely penitent to the core of my frail spirit," he vowed, looking up woefully into the eyes of the wooden statue. "Even if my body isn't quite so frail," he admitted, ruefully patting his belly. Then he took in a deep breath and confessed his faults. "But I'm ashamed to say that I've done it again. I'm a washout and a dud and a backsliding ne'er-do-well. And all in all, I just don't know how you put up with me." He shrugged hopelessly, his face doleful. "Do you mind if I sit down for a minute?" he asked. "Somehow it's easier to chat when I'm squatting on my rump. That's all right, is it, sir? No offence." The sinner lowered himself onto a hard chair. "It's the anger," he admitted. "Always the anger." He rubbed his jaw as if it was aching. I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that we're all guilty of every one of the 7 deadly sins at some time or another. But it's the anger that always manages to sink its teeth into my neck. Delving beneath his enveloping cloak, the priest produced a squashed pack of cigarettes. You don't mind, do you? He asked politely, holding it out as if offering his companion a smoke. I know the Archbishop might not approve, but it does help when we're hunkering down for a confab. Thank you kindly. He lit up and inhaled the smoke deep into his lungs. Now, where were we? Oh yes, I was talking about the mad dog, anger. My besetting sin. And a terrible thing, he said sorrowfully. But then he seemed to perk up as he considered the alternatives. Envy, on the other hand, has never been that much of a problem. Although, as I say, I know we're all tainted by every fault to some extent. It's just that I've never had a particular leaning towards envy. Or indeed, now I come to think about it, towards avarice. Obviously, I'm very aware that they're both out there, stalking mankind. But for some reason or another, they've never really come hammering at my door. He paused, drawing on his cigarette to aid his meditation. Lust. Now that's a different matter, he acknowledged, scowling. You know how it used to be. I had the devil in me. Sure enough, I was the boy with Satan in his trousers. Well, you'll remember all that. I was down on my knees before you often enough, praying for forgiveness and meaning every word of it. And then I just trot off and go and do it again. He shrugged apologetically. But that was all a long time ago. Things have changed a lot since then. I'm no longer... Well, you know, I'm not exactly the man I was, one way and another. He grimaced and then sighed deeply. Which is just as well, because it's not so easy these days for me to get down on my knees, and even harder for me to stand up again. Ruminatively, the priest tapped the ash from his cigarette into his open hand. Then, apparently unconsciously, he let the hand drop to his side, emptying its contents onto the stone flagstones. No, nowadays it's the anger, he repeated. I can feel it all hotting up inside me, while the bad blood's beating into my face, and I'm clenching my fists like a bully boy from the bogs. I know I ought to be able to control it, but I just can't help myself. The rage is bursting my heart apart, and the fury explodes. Wrath! He exhaled the word like a blast from a furnace, and I'm a fireball, turning all creation into an inferno. Then he dropped his eyes and lowered his head, continuing quietly, and afterwards I'm so ashamed, pitifully, painfully ashamed. I feel like I'm one of the damned. You know I do, boss. My soul is besmirched with sin, and there's no hope for me. He knocked his knuckles against his brow, as if punching himself in the head. I'm not much of a Christian, am I? He continued sadly. And I'm the one who's supposed to be leading all the others on the path to salvation. It's a bit of a joke, isn't it? So I have to come here time after time and make a clean breast of all my failings and beg that you can somehow find it in your heart to forgive me. Every time I have to trust to your infinite mercy and pray that you'll never turn your back on me and throw me out like I deserve." He sat as still as a statue, as still as the wooden figure above him, and stared at his cigarette broodingly. The smoke rose steadily as the tube of tobacco burned ever so slowly, but inevitably, towards the end of its life. "I called them witches," he admitted regretfully. "I shouldn't have said that. I got that all wrong." He glanced up at the carved brown face. "Sorry, boss." Then he added, "And yet, although I hate to say it, I still don't trust those women. I'm sorry, but I don't." The countenance divine gazed down at him unwaveringly. I know, Quinn implored. "It may be that I'm imagining evil everywhere I go, hearing imps and goblins in the kitchen, and smelling black magic under the sideboard." He sighed, yet he still twisted his neck about in agitation. "But I can't help being worried. I was lying awake all night, certain that someone was creeping in here to attack you again. And the thought of it strikes horror to my soul." I said, "I'm not much of a Christian, but even I can't lie quiet in my bed while creatures come crawling out of the bottomless pit to assault the Holy of Holies. I can't let them do it, and I won't let them do it, and that's the end of it, boss." The smooth, polished face above remained calm and compassionate. "So, as you can see, I brought some stuff," the priest said practically, indicating his bundle and his suitcase. "Blankets and a pillow and stuff. I thought I could camp out here for a bit. I can sleep on the floor or on the chairs." He threw his arms wide in appeal. "Look, I'm sorry, but I can't be easy in my mind if I'm not here on guard. I've just got to protect you. Oh, I know that sounds crazy, and it may even be the sin of pride to think that a feeble spirit like me could possibly protect you, when we both know it's me that needs your protection. And anyway, I know that it isn't really you that's up there on the wall. It's only the image of you. But that's all I've got, so that's what I'll try to protect. I have to be your good and faithful servant as best I can." He shrugged, as if embarrassed. "So I don't like to outstay my welcome in the house of the Lord, but I'm afraid that for the time being, it's going to have to be the two of us together, sharing the accommodation." He looked apologetically at the superior figure. "Boss, you've got a lodger." Chapter 19. "The old sod! The crazy pig-headed bag of puke! What's he playing at? Sleeping all night in the church! What is wrong with the man? I nearly fell over him when I first went back there. I was lucky that I heard him snoring, and even that shook me rigid. For a moment I thought it was the sound of a gigantic watchdog growling in the shadows. I thought some savage beast was about to hurtle out of the gloom and sink its teeth into my leg. I nearly screamed. But then, peering into the darkness, I could just make out the shape of a man, who it turned out was actually responsible for these horrible noises, snorting and grunting like an animal. At first I thought he must be a down-and-out tramp, dossing in that huge cold church. However, I then realized that it was none other than the loony priest. After all, who else would settle down for the night in that vast empty cavern? and it was absolutely freezing in there. The corpses were warmer outside in the graveyard. How could he possibly get to sleep in that massive refrigerator? He'll wake up with frostbite. His toes will drop off. Anyway, I slipped out the door again without doing anything at all that time. I decided I'd better leave it for a night or two and come back when the crazy bugger had got so cold he'd be bent double with rheumatism, and then he'd have to give up his sentry duty. Except that when I did go back, the lunatic was still there. On my second visit, a couple of nights later, I'd let myself in very quietly, just in case, but I certainly didn't expect to find the place occupied. I was astonished when I saw that in the middle of all that darkness there was a little red light glowing, and then there was a plume of grey smoke rising straight up. I immediately thought, oh no, someone's had the same idea as me, and they've got here first. But then the penny dropped. The madman was stretched out there again, smoking a fag. He was still spending all night in the bloody church. He needs a psychiatrist. He needs to be locked up. The man isn't normal. And surely he shouldn't be smoking in church. Doesn't that mean that, according to the theories of his religion, he'll go to hell or something? Dirty old hypocrite. So I had to give it up for a second time. I had to tiptoe out of the church once again without being able to carry out my plan. That was extremely annoying. Another wasted journey for me, and another unnecessary late night. Well, I can wait. He can't stay there forever. It isn't humanly possible. As winter comes on and the nights get even colder, he'll have to give up. Or else they'll find him one chilly morning, frozen to death, covered in frost. Because I won't be the one to give up. He got a clear warning last time, but it doesn't seem to have sunk in. Evidently, putting the bag over the statue's head wasn't enough to teach him to keep his nose out of the evening class. Instead, he still feels that he can come charging into our hall, bellowing like a bull that swallowed a vindaloo. So I'll just wait for another week, or however long it takes. Sooner or later he'll have to give up. He'll need the warmth of his own bed, or he'll get seriously ill. And the stubborn old pillock will have to finally admit defeat. Then I'll be able to have the place to myself.
Chapter 20. So he's black, Mimi said. But he's the general of the army and the navy. Yes, Daniel confirmed. In the following week's session, they were tackling a scene from Othello, and as usual, the teacher had begun by outlining the plot. And it's General Othello who saves his country from the enemy, which means that he's the big hero, Mimi asked. Yes. And he's definitely black, she said. Sorry, just checking. People in the play specifically call him black, Daniel answered carefully. And they regularly refer to his race in other ways. However, I can't help but notice that Othello actually seems to come from the north coast of Africa. So in theory, you might think that it would make a lot of sense if he appeared to be more like an Arab, rather than what we think of as a black African. But isn't the part of Othello nowadays, Nell objected, always given to actors who we would call black? That is, Afro-Caribbean. Like Lenny Henry. Didn't he do it? He played the part extremely well, Daniel replied. And yes, the role these days is always taken by actors of Afro-Caribbean descent.
but I'm afraid to say we haven't got enough time this evening to discuss all the complications of racial issues. We really have to press on with our acting. Sorry, Nell said. It's just interesting. Absolutely, he agreed. But to sum up, Mimi persisted with the justification of her West Indian heritage, this play was written hundreds of years ago by a white man, and yet the hero, and he is the hero because it's called Othello. The hero is a black man, yes? Daniel nodded solemnly. What did I tell you? She asked, smiling delightedly. I like Master Shakespeare. Daniel smiled back at her. And so do I, he said. But for the minute, we're just going to have to concentrate on what's happening in this scene, if that's all right. Now, as I was explaining earlier, Othello has only recently got married, but he's already been convinced by the villain in the play that his wife, Desdemona, is being unfaithful to him. It's especially shocking because she's actually totally innocent, but he's been tricked into believing that she's deceiving him. Oh, is it another romance? Lynn asked with dry irony. The villain has manufactured evidence against Desdemona, he continued. So Othello thinks that she's been proved guilty, and he's tormented by the most appalling agonies of jealousy. He bellows at his wife that he knows she's a whore, and is driven so mad by the dreadful thought that he even slaps her face. Oh, Chloe uttered faintly, as if shocked. The bastard! Nell exclaimed fiercely. Yeah, Haley observed dispassionately, but it's what some men do, isn't it? Not to me they don't, Lynn asserted, with determination written in every deep line of her face. Ah, not to you, Haley agreed, but it's still a fact that some women put up with it. Not while I'm around, Nell announced, putting a comforting hand on Chloe's shoulder. And there are even some women who deliberately provoke it, Haley added somberly. Women who actually go looking for it. That's not true, Georgina shouted out, horrified. I don't know how you can say that. Women who go looking for it, you should be ashamed of yourself. You, a woman, excusing this kind of behaviour? Domestic violence? How dare you? I'm not excusing it, Haley calmly contradicted her. Quite the opposite, I promise you. If a man ever tried hitting me, I'd chop his dick off. Georgina's mouth dropped open, and her face froze in shock at the crude language, and also at the obviously genuine sentiment. But that doesn't change the fact that some women are attracted to men who knock them about, Haley continued. Obviously you don't like it, and I don't like it. But the truth is, it's just the way they are. The crazy mares think that if he gives them a slap, then it proves he's a real man. And what they love most is a real man. No, Georgina protested loudly, that's absolute rubbish. And then there are some poor cows who start to behave as if they're still kids, Haley said, shaking her head regretfully. Like they've never grown up. They feel that they must have been very, very naughty, and that's why daddies had to give them a smack. Of course, she knows that he's only done it because he loves his little girl. And in her heart of hearts, she knows that it's all her fault, and so she deserved it. I'm sorry, I won't listen to a word of this, Georgina declared. It's simply not true. Plenty of women like a bit of slap and tickle, Haley's even voice continued remorselessly. Especially a bit of slap. No, Georgina insisted vehemently. No, no, no! Haven't you read 50 Shades of Grey? Haley asked her reasonably. Millions of women bought that book. They loved it. Georgina stared back in silence, feeling confused and deeply disturbed.
If I can just interrupt, Daniel said firmly. Sorry, but I suspect it may well be that you both have a point. I very much sympathize with what Georgina is saying.
The outraged lady nodded assertively.
However, I have to admit, he went on, that there is unfortunately a bit in the play which is sort of like what Haley was saying. Desdemona is indeed very young and inexperienced. She's not much more than a girl, whereas Othello actually says that he's middle-aged. So I suppose he does seem to be more her father's age. And after he's hit her, she tells her attendant, Emilia, that he didn't really have to do it. He could easily have just told her off, because she feels like a child when she gets told off.
No, I'm sorry. I know that Shakespeare's supposed to be wonderful and brilliant, Georgina protested forcefully, but I'm afraid this time he's got it wrong. Completely wrong. He was, after all, writing at a time when very little was known about psychology. I think that we've come a long way since then. And also, I hate to say it, but the fact is that he was only a man. And I rather think I know more about women than he does. Sorry, but there you are. She tossed her head defiantly.
Daniel regarded her sympathetically, nodding faintly. Well, I suppose that since I'm only a man, he reflected wryly, I'll have to defer to you on that.
For her part, Haley shrugged, as if dismissing the other woman's hostile comments. She seemed impregnably confident of her own superior knowledge of both men and women. Georgina went pop-eyed with indignation, clearly thinking that the shrug was contemptuous. She glared at her opponent as if to turn her to stone, but Haley merely looked back without blinking, apparently unmoved by such histrionics.
So let's make a start on this scene, the teacher said, keen to distract everyone, and so prevent the heated disagreement from flaring into a raging row. The situation here is that Othello has told his wife, Desdemona, to go to bed, and so her attendant, Emilia, is helping her take her hair down and begin to get undressed, and whatever else women do, you'll obviously know that better than me. Georgina nodded her head vigorously to emphasize the ignorance of men. What Desdemona doesn't know, he explained, is that when Othello returns, he intends to murder her, to kill her in the very bed where he wrongly thinks she's had a lover. Now, although Desdemona isn't aware of this, Shakespeare has already made it very clear to the audience that it's going to happen. So for us, the atmosphere of the scene is extremely poignant. The two ladies are quite oblivious of the fact that in carefully getting her ready for bed, they're actually preparing the lamb for the slaughter. The women all gazed back at him, some with expressions of disquiet, others with disgust. Steph let out a deep breath. "When I agreed to do some Shakespeare," she said seriously, "I really didn't know what I was letting myself in for." Since Daniel had again asked the class to divide into pairs, choosing someone they hadn't acted with before, Steph wandered towards Flick, and they agreed to work together. Steph would begin by playing the part of the attendant, Emilia, and her new partner would be the doomed Desdemona. "He hath commanded me to go to bed, and bade me to dismiss you," Flick read quietly from her script, making the accused and abused wife sound suitably cowed. "Dismiss me?" Steph shot back. The unsettling discussion had left her feeling resentful against men,
So she was playing Emilia as a stroppy handful who was going to stand up for herself. "It was his bidding," Flick answered, with the flat resignation of one who is used to taking orders. "Therefore, good Emilia, give me my knightly wearing, and adieu. We must not now displease him."
"I would you'd never seen him!"
The line came out like a whiplash. Steph hadn't meant to raise her voice, but she found that Desdemona's feeble subservience was making her very annoyed. "So would not I," Flick replied meekly. "My love doth so approve him, that even his stubbornness, his checks, his frowns, prithee unpin me, have grace and favour in them." She sat down docilely on the chair that represented the seat at her dressing table. Steph groaned inwardly, wanting to give the little drip a good shaking. In fact, she almost wanted to slap her, but then she stopped herself, remembering that Othello had already slapped Desdemona, and that was why they all hated him, the bastard. So she had to confine herself to growling rebelliously, "I've laid those sheets you bat me on the bed." "All's one," Flick murmured, with her face a blank, as if nothing mattered to her. "Good faith, how foolish are our minds." She spoke as if she was in a trance. "If I do die before thee, prithee shroud me in one of those same sheets." The idea seemed dreadfully ominous to Steph. It sounded like Desdemona could feel a premonition of her approaching death. Yet Flick's fatalistic tone made it sound like it was happening to someone else, and she was merely a casual observer.
Come, you talk!"
Steph shouted angrily, trying to provoke a bit of resistance from this wimp of a girl. It was awful the way she just seemed to accept her role as a victim, almost like she acquiesced to the crime. However, Steph was finding herself a bit confused about exactly who she was being irritated by. Was it the character in the play, Desdemona? Or was it the woman who was playing the part, Flick? This was all the more confusing because it still didn't feel as if Flick was genuinely emotionally involved. It seemed that somehow her real self was far away in the distance. "My mother had a maid called Barbary," Flick informed her, looking dazed. "She was in love, and he she loved proved mad, and did forsake her. She had a song of Willow, an old thing 'twas, but it expressed her fortune, and she died singing it." It sounded as if Desdemona was really talking about herself, and how her husband seemed to have gone crazy. He she loved proved mad, and did forsake her. Steph wanted to tell her that it wasn't her fault, and that she would have to stand up for herself, and ditch her bastard husband. But there were no lines for Emilia to say, so Steph had to stand there in silence, seething. "That song tonight will not go from my mind," Flick continued dreamily. "I have much to do but to go hang my head all at one side, and sing it like poor Barbary." And she slowly leant her head on one side. Steph could only gaze at her helplessly, but she was suddenly disconcerted by Flick switching to a perfectly normal voice, asking her to hurry. "Prithee dispatch." And to her surprise, she heard herself respond in a similarly matter-of-fact tone when she read out Emilia's next line. "Shall I go fetch your nightgown?" "No, unpin me here," came Desdemona's casual reply. It was as if one minute the young bride's mind was clearly beginning to collapse, and then the next minute she had unpredictably returned to complete sanity, and she was calmly dealing with the trivia of her daily routine. The request to unpin the lady made Steph realise that instead of just watching Flick, she should have been acting as Desdemona's maid, so belatedly she began to perform a mime of brushing the long black hair. Then Flick, sitting quite still, began to sing to herself, tunefully but in a very subdued voice that was little more than a whisper. The poor soul sat sighing by a sycamore tree, sing all a green willow, her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee, sing willow, willow, willow. Steph wondered how it was that Flick obviously knew the tune, and how was she able to give such a good performance? She must have been working on the script at home. Evidently she was taking these classes very seriously. Flick continued to sing mournfully. The fresh streams ran by her, and murmured her moans, sing all a green willow. Her salt tears fell from her, and softened the stones. Then she suddenly spoke again in the ordinary tone of everyday conversation. Prithee, make haste, he'll soon return. Steph was confused by the switches from the trance-like singing back to normal conversation. But she checked her script and found that Desdemona did indeed make these disconcerting changes. And now Flick began to sing again. Let nobody blame him, his scorn I approve. But immediately she interrupted herself with a spoken comment. Nay, that's not next. Then she suddenly turned her head, as if she heard her husband coming. Hark, who is that knocks? She asked nervously. Again, Steph heard herself reading her next line in an offhand manner. It's the wind. Flick was taut with tension, because Desdemona was waiting anxiously to see whether Othello would come bursting in. When nothing happened, she began to sing again quietly, as if seeking comfort from the song. It seemed that by making the melancholy sounds of the old melody and listening to its chiming rhymes, the young wife felt as if she was casting a magic spell that could protect her from the force of evil. I called my love false love, but what said he then? Steph noticed with dismay that the lyrics were still about infidelity. It haunted the innocent girl's thoughts. Flick continued to sing, If I court more women, you'll couch with more men. Then she stopped, staring ahead, with her lips slightly open, as if she had only just realized that the words she had been singing were about adultery. Suddenly it seemed that the subject was too painful to contemplate. She pushed Steph away, saying abruptly, So get thee gone. Good night. Once more her behaviour was erratic. She screwed up her eyes and then blinked twice. My eyes do itch, she murmured. Then she looked away as if she was recalling an old superstition. Does that bode weeping? 'Tis neither here nor there, Steph read out, again surprised to find that she was speaking Emilia's responses rather quietly and with little expression. Her anger seemed to be strangely diluted. She felt that she was becoming infected with Desdemona's fatalistic feebleness. I have heard it said so, Flick said, nodding. Then without warning, she suddenly raised her voice in a piercing cry that ripped through the other actresses' subdued voices. Oh, these men! These men! It was a howl of affliction torn from the heart. Immediately the hall fell completely silent. Steph looked round and saw that all the other women were frozen, staring at Flick with their mouths open. Meanwhile, Mimi had been performing her version of Desdemona. "If I do die before thee," she said with simple practicality, "prithee shroud me in one of those same sheets." It sounded like the voice of a woman taking a fancy to some nice bed linen. Lynn's previous impatience with the younger generation was continued in the way she played the part of Emilia. Come, you talk," she replied dismissively, as if she was ignoring a child's endless prattle. "My mother had a maid called Barbary," Mimi informed her in the tone of a neighbour repeating a bit of old gossip. "She was in love, and he she loved proved mad, and did forsake her." For once the big actress was striking a false note. Her casual manner rather suggested that Desdemona was an older woman, like her, who had knocked about the world a good deal, and had seen plenty of men come and go, including mad ones. However, when she reached the song, Mimi came into her own. Daniel had told them that they didn't have to sing, they could just recite the words. But singing came as naturally to Mimi as breathing, or shaking her bountiful booty. She took the tune of Amazing Grace and fitted the lyrics to it, with a bit of a stretch and a bit of a squash. The poor soul sat sighing by a sycamore tree, sing all a green willow. She sang quietly, glancing up towards heaven, holding her script as if she was in a choir. Her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee, sing willow, willow, willow. Mimi began to sway slowly from side to side, quite unself-consciously. The fresh streams ran by her and murmured her moans. She closed her eyes, feeling the music resonate throughout her body. Sing all a green willow. Then she realized that singing so soulfully, with her eyes shut, meant that she could no longer see the words, so she had to open them again. "Where am I?" she asked, scanning her script. "Oh," Lynn replied dryly, "far, far away." During the half-time break, Haley went outside to have a smoke, and Steph, as usual, joined her for company. Arms folded against the evening chill, they looked out at the lopsided gravestones lurking in the darkness, proclaiming their eternal message of mortality. Inevitably, the two women fell into contemplation of life and death, and what might come after. "Do you think that when you die, you go to heaven?" Steph asked. "No, I shouldn't think I will," Haley replied. "I probably won't qualify. Too much sex and booze." She shrugged in resignation. "Mind you, what is heaven like? I don't know whether I'd want to go there." "They used to say it was full of angels playing harps," her friend commented. "I wouldn't fancy that much. A concert of boring classical music that goes on all day long." "You'd have to know what heaven was like," Haley said, "before you'd book a holiday there. The problem is, it hasn't got a website. You should be able to log on to chooseyourafterlife.com. I mean, if you were considering staying forever and ever in a place, you'd obviously want to see some pictures first. And you'd need to make sure the food was all right," Steph agreed practically. And is there a decent beach? And do you get a room with a sea view?
And what's the nightlife like? Haley added. Can you go out clubbing?
Or perhaps heaven is like an endless shopping mall, Steph surmised. And every time you go there, there's a complete new range of clothes and jewellery to try on.
And you have a platinum credit card that never runs out, no matter how much you buy, Haley enthusiastically speculated.
And you buy so many things that you have to be followed round by one of those chauffeurs in a fancy uniform to carry all the bags and boxes. But you wouldn't need a credit card in Heaven's shopping mall, Steph objected. Everything would be free.
Free? No, certainly not. I don't want anyone else to be able to afford everything. It's only me that has unlimited funds. That's part of the pleasure. Seeing the other women's faces as they stare at me in astonishment, knowing that they can't afford all these wonderful things, and seeing the envy in their eyes.
Oh, that's horrible, Steph complained.
Yeah, Haley agreed, but it would be very enjoyable.
It's still evil, Steph maintained, and that's why you won't go to heaven.
Haley considered this bleak prospect, taking a meditative drag on her cigarette.
True, she said philosophically.
Their metaphysical discussion was interrupted by Lynn emerging from the hall. They turned companionably towards the old lady.
It's a bit stuffy inside, she explained. What are you two up to?
We were just talking about death, Haley informed her artlessly, and wondered why Steph glared at her.
No, we weren't talking so much about death,
Steph contradicted her with a meaningful look.
It was more about religion. You see, we'd been looking at all the...
She stopped. All the graves, Haley provided helpfully.
All the church and so on, Steph corrected her.
It makes you think, she said, staring hard at her friend,
about religion.
Haley gazed back blankly.
Are you religious at all?
Steph asked the little woman, desperately trying to distract her from the other's tactlessness.
Well, I am, Lynn replied, and I'm not.
Steph nodded her head as if she understood.
I know what I believe, the old lady continued, but it's not necessarily what all those holy Joes might tell you. They talk a lot of tommy rot. Oh, yes, I get them knocking on my door first thing on a Saturday morning. The good news merchants, bashing away at my knocker like it's Judgment Day. Well, that's no way to behave, disturbing decent folk when they're half asleep. Jehovah's Witnesses, Steph announced. I must admit I'm a bit grumpy that early in the day. I'm best left alone, Lynn said. So when I open the door, I give them the loud groan I use to greet all unwanted salesmen. I can be quite nasty when I've got the mind. Now, what kind of welcome's that, says Madam on my doorstep. She's a complete stranger, but she's acting like we're the best of pals. That really gets my dander up. Welcome, I say. Why would you expect a welcome? I didn't invite you. She can't take a hint. She wouldn't get the message if I hit her with the Bible. But I bring you good news, she shouts. Good news, I say. Do you mean they're increasing my pension? No, she says. She's completely deaf to any sarcasm. I'm here to tell you that Jesus Christ has risen. Well, Jesus Christ may have risen, I say, but I'm still in bed. Good morning. And I shut the door in her face. Good for you, Haley laughed approvingly. When these sad old nutters come ringing on my doorbell, I usually just tell them, sorry to disappoint you, but we all worship the devil in this house. And then, so as to be helpful, I say, you could try next door. He's a Muslim fundamentalist, so he likes a nice natter. Lynn smiled, nodding, and looked inquiringly at Steph for her strategy when under siege by evangelists. In reply, the blonde simply informed her, "We've got a dog." They all nodded at the effectiveness of this arrangement. "I wouldn't mind if these folk were of any use," Lynn said grimly. "But with all their talk of miracles, they still can't bring your husband back to life when you've lost him." The two friends felt their flippancy evaporate. The widow's face was like flint. "I asked one of these religious door-to-door salesmen," she continued, "why did God create cancer? Tell me that. And do you know what the best was he could come up with? There are some things we are not permitted to know, he says. That is God's law. I said to him, God's law, is it? No, chum, that is sod's law. He didn't like it. And you can tell your God that I said it, I told him. In fact, next time you see him, send him round to my house and I'll ask him myself. And he can explain to me exactly why he decided to create a disease that tortures you to death, day by day, inch by inch. And why, in his great wisdom, he decided to visit it on so many innocent souls. And then I'll ask him why he chose to inflict it on my lovely Frank. So he died in misery, without a shred of dignity. Because if that's what your God does for fun, then he's evil. Totally bloody evil. Steph and Haley said nothing, astonished by this tirade. So you tell your God to come calling on me, I said. But I'd better warn you. I'll be waiting for him behind the door with a bucket of sulphuric acid to throw in his face. The other women were silent. See how he likes it, Lynn said bitterly, and went back inside the hall. Now what about the Dark Lady? Nell inquired of Daniel. Sorry to nag you, but I just thought I'd ask while we're having a break. Dark Lady, Mimi repeated, turning towards them. Apologies for eavesdropping, but it's allowed if you're talking about me. Ah, no, it's not exactly about you, Daniel explained politely. But I wonder, do you remember that a couple of weeks ago we were speculating about Shakespeare's private life? Oh, yes, Mimi replied confidently. He was a naughty boy. Maybe, the teacher answered cautiously. But this expression, dark lady, refers to his apparent attraction to a black-eyed beauty at a time when it was fashionable to be blonde. Cleopatra, Mimi declared. She was black. Well, she was certainly suntanned, he said, trying to navigate a course between the devouring whirlpool of racial sensitivities and the sea monster of ugly truth. And the story gets even more interesting if you read the poems. Mimi nodded sagaciously to indicate that, although she could not claim to have a detailed acquaintance with the poems, at least she did remember that he'd said they existed. Daniel continued. After writing a lot of sonnets about his love for the young man... Oh, yes, Nell interrupted. Shakespeare was the Earl of Southampton's bitch. The teacher smiled at the mischievous provocation. I don't think I quite put it like that. Spoil sport, Nell complained. Okay, maybe he was the Earl of Southampton's bitch. Yippee! Nell exulted facetiously. The truth comes out. Anyway, he continued determinedly, Shakespeare then wrote a bunch of poems about his obsession with a black-eyed woman. Hooray! Mimi cheered, brandishing a triumphant fist. Black is beautiful! And those poems definitely suggest that he's having a sexual relationship with her. Good for him, Mimi approved. No, hang on, I'm confused. It is all rather confusing, he agreed. Let me get this right, she said, frowning in concentration. You said that when he was a boy, Master Shakespeare was forced into marriage by some cradle snatcher, as a result of which they had 3 little Shakespeares. He may well have loved her, Daniel amended. There is a poem, but then he goes to London, Mimi persevered, and writes about how he loves this pretty boy. Yes. So that makes us think, she asked, he must be unisex? Or as some people say, bisexual, Nell suggested, her eyes shining, which is choosing your partner according to an equal opportunities policy. But now, Mimi said, ignoring her, you're telling me that Shakespeare's come home to a black woman. Come home, Daniel queried. She'll be able to give him everything he needs, Mimi explained, so he won't go wandering off again. She leaned forward confidingly. You know what they say. Once you had black, you don't go back. Daniel was dumbfounded. He felt adrift in a churning torrent of sexual and racial perils. You've heard that? Mimi asked. He replied evasively, pretending to search his memory. Nell decided to help him out. I've heard it, she said positively, although I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to say it. Well, I am allowed, Mimi asserted, and suddenly she proclaimed, Testify! Then she lowered her voice confidentially. Mind you, to be honest, I've had black, and I have gone back. She wiggled her eyebrows significantly. But that's just between you and me. Right, Daniel said, poker-faced. And even if the professor hasn't heard that expression before, she said confidently, I reckon that Master Shakespeare had. When the class began work again after the break, Nell continued to act with Chloe. She knew that if they obeyed Daniel's rules, they shouldn't have paired off, since they had acted together before. But she had been concerned by the child woman's evident distress when they had heard about Othello striking his young wife. Nell felt that Chloe needed help to perform such a painful scene and required sensitive handling. You don't have to play Desdemona, she assured her. No, Chloe replied with a determined little dip of her head. You played her before the break, so now it's my turn. She sat down, pretending that she was at a dressing table with her back towards Nell. Are you sure? Chloe nodded bravely. That's my girl, Nell responded, laying encouraging hands on her shoulders. Chloe raised her arm and softly touched her fingers to Nell's hand, in silent thanks for her care. You start, she said. Nell began to read Emilia's lines, holding her script in one hand, while leaving the other one resting on Chloe's shoulder. Okay, I'm talking about Othello. Ready? How goes it now? He looks gentler than he did. She spoke the words in a tone of quiet optimism, not because she thought that Emilia would talk like that to Desdemona, but because she, Nell, wanted to offer sympathy and reassurance to the nervous Chloe. He says he will return at once, Chloe read in a subdued voice, with eyes downcast. He hath commanded me to go to bed, and bade me to dismiss you. Dismiss me! Nell almost shouted Emilia's objection. She felt Chloe twist slightly in discomfort beneath her hand and realized that she had unconsciously tightened her grip on the submissive woman's shoulder. "Sorry," she muttered. Chloe shook her head as if the accident didn't matter and continued reading. "It was his bidding. Therefore, good Emilia, give me my nightly wearing, and adieu." "Oh!" Nell wailed in frustration, even though the script didn't suggest it. "We must not now displease him," Chloe read out. She looked up at her partner, imploringly. "I would you had never seen him," Nell replied angrily, and pursed her lips in resentment against men and the way they treated women. Chloe continued to read out Desdemona's lines, and when she said, "Prithee, unpin me here," Nell began to mime unpinning the white gold hair. She wondered if she should untie the decorative pink bow, but thought that it might interrupt the flow of the scene. While she was listening to Chloe speak the words of the song, rather than attempting to sing them, she pretended to brush the bright curls, and found herself wondering whether the hair was naturally wavy, or whether the look was created by curlers. And was the colour really gold, or brown, or even grey? She had to stop herself examining the roots, and instead she concentrated on shaping the hair as if she was in a salon, moulding the effect with careful artistry. By the time Chloe had finished reciting the lyrics, Nell was just gazing at the curls and stroking them gently. When she realized that the script now included more lines for Emilia to speak, she had to force herself to read them aloud. She had been miles away, fascinated and captivated by the soft golden ringlets, shining like the radiance of heavenly beings. Later, as the class ended and everyone was packing up, Daniel noticed that Nell was involved in private conversation with Chloe. Since Nell's boyish figure was turned away from him and was standing in front of the lady in pink, he couldn't see either of their faces properly. But after a moment he watched the white gold locks nod slowly, and then the red-framed spectacles flashed as their wearer raised her head, apparently pleased. Next, as the other women wandered out, chorusing goodbyes, Nell escorted her shy companion to the door, placing her hand on the other's arm, and Daniel could see that she was smiling in a very friendly manner. He frowned a little, slightly puzzled that they appeared to be leaving together. Somehow it seemed an unlikely pairing. He could only suppose that Nell must be continuing her head girl role, taking care of the nervous classmate. Perhaps she was guarding her through the terrors of the graveyard. When they had disappeared, he gave a final glance round the room and was surprised to see that Flick was still there, apparently searching for something in her bag. He hesitated for a second and then spoke quietly. "You seem to have been doing your homework." She flinched as if she'd been stung. Then she stared straight back at him, her eyes wide. "Yes, I expect that's just what a teacher would say." "Sorry, I didn't mean to sound condescending," he assured her, spreading his palms in apology. "It was only that I happened to notice you were singing the traditional tune to Desdemona's song, so I guessed you'd heard it when watching a video or something." "Yes, as it happens, I've been listening to a recording of the play," she replied coldly. "Simply because I'm quite interested." She added challengingly, "All right?" "Absolutely," he answered. "Very all right. In fact, it seemed to me that amount of preparation was rather impressive." "Well, I certainly didn't do it to impress you," she asserted. "No, he replied composedly. Of course not. I'm not your student now, she said defiantly. No, definitely not, he agreed mildly. That was all a long time ago. Daniel almost sounded wistful. Was it? She asked in an off-hand way, turning her attention again to the contents of her bag. I can hardly remember. No, he replied, and dropped his gaze to the floor. No, I suppose not. Ages ago. He paused and then murmured, but I still remember. She froze for a moment, and then, abandoning her bag, turned on him her full grey stare. What's that supposed to mean? He looked directly back at her, his eyes tinged with melancholy. Only what it says. I can remember when you were a student and I was your teacher. I suppose I owe you an apology, really. It was my first job and I didn't have a clue what I was doing, so I was a pretty lousy teacher. Sorry about that. You weren't that bad, she contradicted him. That's very kind of you, he said quietly. But all I was saying is that I've never forgotten that time. I've never forgotten you. I find that hard to believe, she replied, watching him warily. After all, you must have taught hundreds of students since then. Thousands. Lots, he said evenly. But you were special. Special? She fired back skeptically. He looked somewhat sheepish, but he didn't lower his gaze from hers. I'm afraid so, he admitted. During my opening disastrous seminar, I knew that not only was I floundering in my first attempt to teach, but that something else was constantly unsettling me. It wasn't until the session had ended that I realized what it was that had been distracting me all the time. It was your startling eyes, and your wonderful hair, and, I'm ashamed to say it, your suntanned cleavage. She raised a questioning eyebrow. Sorry about the last bit, he said, looking down, but I was only a young man. As she didn't say anything, he looked up again and saw, to his surprise, that there appeared to be a hint of a smile on her face. She seemed to be trying to suppress it, but he could swear it was there, playing on her red lips. Flick suddenly turned her back on him, and he was left to gaze at her cascading black mane. She folded her arms tightly, hugging herself, and he wondered if there was anyone at home waiting to hug her, or if home was only an empty house. That was very unprofessional of you, she said in clipped tones. Lusting after a student? Yes, very unprofessional. That was the problem, he agreed sadly. That was always the bloody problem. She turned round to confront him again, and he saw that her face was hard once more as she snapped, What do you mean? He stared back at her unhappily. I was the teacher, you were the student, and it was strictly forbidden. Every time I sat down with you to discuss an essay, I had to stop myself flirting with you. Really? She inquired with asperity. I always thought you were flirting with me. Oh God, did you? I'm sorry about that. I was always trying like mad to hide the fact that I was incredibly attracted to you. She stared at him piercingly. But you were strictly out of bounds, so that was that, he sighed. End of story. Right, she answered sharply, grabbing her bag and making for the exit. End of story. She disappeared through the door. He looked after her in shock, and then his face subsided into heavy dismay. Slowly following her out, he turned off the lights. The room was engulfed in complete blackness. When he emerged into the cemetery, He could see that all around him the gravestones were glowing eerily in the gloom, like a gathering of ghosts from the dark past. He hastened to get away from the looming memorials, but then he halted abruptly in astonishment. The shadowy form of Felicity was ahead of him, a few yards further up the path. She was standing completely still, like another gravestone, with her arms folded tightly, and once again her back was turned towards him. Daniel had no choice. The path on which he stood was the only way out of the cemetery. He stepped unsurely nearer her. Was he supposed to walk straight past? As he drew level, he glanced at her uncertainly. "What about the party?" she said icily, still presenting him with her back. "Ah!" He stopped dead in his tracks. "Yes, the party," he repeated reluctantly. Oh God, she'd actually brought that up, and he really didn't know what to say next. Then a thought struck him. "So you are able to remember that after all this time?" The only response was silence. The only view was her back. Moonlight was shimmering on her hair. "Yes, you see, the fact is that I didn't know you were going to be at that party," he began. "At least I hoped you'd be there, but I also hoped that you wouldn't be." She turned round to face him, still with her arms folded. Her face was in deep shadow. The only light was the moon's reflection, gleaming in each of her eyes. For a moment he was hypnotized by the mysterious darkness and the fascinating twin luster. "Sorry," he said clumsily, "but could we possibly turn round towards the lamp-post? I find it really difficult to talk to you when I can't see your face." She turned reluctantly. The cold light revealed that her eyes were fierce, and her face was like stone and beautiful. Thank you," he mumbled. I'd forgotten what I was saying." "You hoped I'd be at the party," she prompted him harshly. "And also you hoped that I wouldn't be." Her accusing stare was remorseless. What I mean," he stumbled on, "is that I really hoped you'd be at the party because I wanted to see you, because I found you so incredibly attractive. To tell you the truth, I was fairly obsessed by you." He lowered his head. "Very unprofessional." "No, it wasn't," she said vehemently, making him raise his eyes again. "By the time I saw you at the party, I'd already left college. I was no longer your student. So it couldn't still be unprofessional." "Right," he replied reluctantly. "You're absolutely right." He seemed to have difficulty in forming his thoughts. "But the reason I hoped you wouldn't be there was because I still thought that I shouldn't get involved with you. To be honest, I simply didn't think it would be fair to you." "Fair to me? What are you talking about?" she objected indignantly. He wanted to explain, but found he could only shrug helplessly. "And you're saying that you didn't want to get involved?" she interrogated him. "And yet you spent the whole evening with me, dancing and chatting and laughing and more dancing." He was nodding contritely. "And flirting," she accused him. He became motionless and gazed out at the darkness as if staring into the past, trying to discern an explanation. But the best he could manage was, "And drinking. I'm afraid I got a bit drunk." "Is that supposed to be an excuse?" she berated him. "You were all over me. Look at the way you were dancing, wiggling your hips like crazy. Nobody else was dancing like that. Everyone was looking at you." He hung his head in repentance, but he couldn't help thinking it seemed a bit unfair. She had said that she could hardly remember their past. And then there was the slow dancing, she added, when you were very hands-on. Yes, he muttered guiltily. I really do apologize. And then you said you'd phone me. It was like a bomb exploding. The shockwave hit him, storming through his whole body. And then there was an awful silence. She had finally said the unsayable, and they were face to face with the terrible truth. In some ways it was such a mundane trifle, the expected phone call which had never materialized. But they both knew that he had given a euphoric, fervent promise to contact her the next day without fail, and that when they spoke again, it would lead to more laughing and more flirting. And when they met again, it would lead to more slow dancing, and that would lead to... But he didn't call. She gazed all day at her phone. It looked ugly and hard, brutal as an offensive weapon. She picked it up time after time to check that it was working, and she was hurt again and again. And as the dreadful empty day dragged through its endless minutes and agonizing hours, she felt that he had hurled her into a limbo of anxious uncertainty, where dismay grew like a cancer inside her. The terrible silence hurt her ears, and the air seemed heavy in her chest. She stared and stared desperately, hopelessly at the merciless phone, feeling the disillusionment sickening her stomach, and the sense of rejection rending her heart. When Daniel so savagely broke the pledge to contact her, she felt that he had wielded an axe and chopped through the growing bond between them, and left her bleeding. So how could she forgive him? How could she ever forgive him? And how could she believe again a single word he said? He gazed back at her, and his face was forlorn. He stood like a condemned man awaiting his sentence. I have no excuse, he confessed bleakly. There can never be any excuse. Obviously, I could try to explain to you why I never phoned, but there's absolutely no way I could ever excuse it. Well, go on then, she jabbed at him bitterly. Let's hear this bloody explanation. Let's hear this pack of lies. After all, it's about bloody time. Yes, it is about bloody time, he agreed regretfully. But it's not a pack of lies. I don't tell lies. Again he was searching for words. You're right, of course, that by then you were no longer a student, and so I hadn't really got any obligation to keep at arm's length from you. You certainly didn't keep at arm's length during the slow dancing, but I still had the thought stuck in my head that you were very young, and I was several years older, and so I sort of felt that I had some kind of responsibility towards you. Responsibility? She asked incredulously. Yes, I know it might sound a bit silly, but I thought that you still had some growing up to do. You needed to date more boys. I thought of them as boys because I was a bit older. It didn't seem right for a man of my age to move in on you. A man of your age? You were still young. Well, comparatively. But I sort of felt as if I should be more like your big brother. My big brother, she exploded. Yes, I know it was stupid, but that was how I felt, as if I should protect you. Protect me? Against what, for heaven's sake? Well, against older men, the sort who are predators, preying on girls who are barely out of their teens, he answered uneasily. Oh God, I suppose that by predators I really mean myself. You? She queried in disbelief. You're saying you wanted to protect me against yourself, for God's sake? Well, yes, he admitted reluctantly. I know it sounds crazy, but yes, it's true. One half of me wanted to take you to bed, and the other half of me, meanwhile, wanted to protect you from people like me who were just trying to take you to bed. I can hardly believe that you're saying this, she said, shaking her head in amazement. Her black hair swayed to and fro, glistening in the moonlight. So when I said goodbye to you at the end of the evening, I promised to phone you. Yes, you promised. You gave me your word, and I believed you. Totally. Wasn't I stupid? No, he sighed miserably. I was the one who was stupid. Irredeemably, fatally stupid. His expression was as empty as the face of a dead man. When I woke up next morning, he continued tonelessly, I was overwhelmed by this dreadful feeling that I'd behaved appallingly. I was horrified. I'd gone and done it all wrong, completely wrong. When I went to the party, I'd been determined to confine myself to the big brother role. But as soon as I saw you and spoke to you, I was totally unable to stop myself. I couldn't resist you. He seemed to be gazing down into a fathomless pit. I had a couple of drinks and he dropped his head. Actually, I felt intoxicated just being with you. He ran his hands through his thick hair as if his brain hurt. So the next day I felt desperately guilty, he groaned. It was as if I'd committed a crime, or even a sin. What? She said, open-mouthed. I felt that I was supposed to be protecting you, but instead I'd gone and let you down. I'd become the dirty old bugger who was chasing you. So I felt that, if you want to know, I felt that I'd betrayed you. Betrayed me? What do you mean? We hadn't been to bed together. No, but as you said, I certainly hadn't kept at arm's length. He sighed from the heart. I know I sound like some preposterous Victorian, chuntering on about behaving like a gentleman towards the fair sex. But the fact is that I postponed phoning you the following morning because I simply didn't know what to say. When I'd promised on the previous evening to phone you, it was quite clear that I intended to ask you out. But when I woke up next day, I thought that I had absolutely no right to do any such thing. I thought I ought to leave you alone and let you find someone your own age. You weren't that much older, she protested. I didn't know what the hell I was supposed to do. I was completely at a loss. I was pacing round and round the flat, pulling my hair out. You didn't phone, she hammered at him. I know. I'm sorry. But I could hardly phone and tell you that I'd just called to say that I definitely wasn't going to ask you out. That would be downright insulting. He gazed away from her, and his eyelids were heavy with pain. I couldn't say the words. I couldn't... face the fact that I was going to have to live my life without you." His lips tightened. Flick tilted her head back and observed him wonderingly, absorbing this information. "You know, you really are quite mad," she told him. "You need locking up." "And, of course, I kept postponing the phone call," he continued, "because I was in agonies of indecision and I didn't know what to say. I wanted to bang my head against the wall." "But what about me?" "Well, I was thinking about you. I couldn't stop thinking about you." "No, you weren't thinking about me. How could you be when you didn't even allow me to have a say? You didn't ask me for my opinion. You promised to phone, and then you broke your promise, and you gave no explanation whatsoever. I spent the whole bloody day waiting for the call, pacing about indoors and chewing my fingernails until I wanted to scream. And you didn't phone. Not that day, not ever. You'd spent the whole evening with me, and everyone said it was clear that we were mad about each other. But you never even spoke to me again." He sighed helplessly, and his eyes were pools of despair. "I can only apologize, and apologize again, and keep apologizing for the rest of my life." He looked up miserably to the dark sky. "I wish I could write sorry up among the stars." "It's a bit late now." "Yes, far too late," he mourned. His gaze fell from the heavens down to the dark ground. "I know it sounds pathetic, but the reason I let you down was honestly because I just didn't want to take advantage of you." "Take advantage of me? What are you babbling about? I wasn't a child. I was a bloody adult," she yelled, eyes blazing. "How dare you take decisions on my behalf without even asking me how I felt?" His body twisted about as if he were in pain. "God, I want to hit you!" she yelled. "You've already hit me once," he said quietly, "when I took the dustbin off your head, and it hurt." He shrugged in resignation. "But if it'll make you feel better, go ahead. Hard as you like." Her eyes blazed back at him in fury, and she thrust her face towards his. She hissed, "You stupid bastard! You stupid bastard! You patronizing, pompous prick!" Then she hurled herself passionately round on her heel and stormed away into the darkness. Daniel stood stunned, watching her baleful shape become a silhouette and hurtle into the night. He put his hand up to his cheek, as if Felicity had indeed slapped his face for the second time. But he felt that this time she'd hit him much, much harder. Chapter 21. Quinn was awakened from a fitful sleep by an insistent clanging in the blackness. As he swam up from the depths of unconsciousness, he thought he was hearing the tolling of a morning bell, and wondered who it was had died this time. But when he surfaced to full wakefulness, he realized that he had been roused by the clamour of the bell in the church tower, and that it should not be disturbing the virtuous from their rest at this ungodly hour. Who in heaven's name could be hauling on the bell rope? Was someone sounding an alarm? Was this the apocalypse? He knew he shouldn't have abandoned his vigil in the church. He shouldn't have retreated to the comfort of the vicarage. He shouldn't have collapsed into his own soft bed. But the crushing cold in the great empty building had frozen him to the marrow, and his knee had given him hell, and he knew that he could endure no more. So he'd had to allow his frail body the relief of a couple of nights in blessed warmth and yielding softness. Yet now he thrust himself out of bed, dragged on his cassock, and forced his rough shoes onto tender bare feet. Then he stumbled urgently downstairs, wincing as pain shot through his kneecap, out into the night and hobbling hurriedly between the watching gravestones, grunting at the aching in his leg, and panting from sudden exertion, and groaning in trepidation. As he unlocked the church door, he realized that the ringing of the dreadful bell had ceased. However, when he entered the vast dark void inside, his hearing was assailed by another, more threatening noise, a deep, continuous vibration like growling from the underworld. It swelled menacingly throughout the sacred space, beating on the air. It pulsated in his head and chest and set his guts juddering. Quinn reached for the light switches, but his groping hand encountered an unexpectedly smooth, hard surface. His fingers scuttled across it, but he couldn't recognize the shape in the blackout. Confused, he thrust a hand into his cassock pocket, clutched his reassuring cigarette lighter, withdrew it, and flicked on the flame. And now he could see that the light switches had been covered over by some sort of plastic container which had been lashed into position by thick sticky tape in too many layers to unwrap quickly, so he couldn't turn on the lights. His ears hurt with the throbbing of the incessant bass reverberation, and his head felt as if it was being pounded. Then he realized what was making the oppressive noise. Of course, the unused church organ. That mighty, blaring monotone was the awesome emanation from its deepest pipes, echoing round the immense walls of stone. Brandishing his cigarette lighter before him, he used its flame to give him some sight into the thick darkness. He limped painfully to the spiral iron stairway which led to the abandoned organ loft, and clambered up its twisting treads, step by agonizing step, and still the thunderous cacophony from the organ pipe battered his brain. When he reached the top of the staircase, he managed to make out, in the confusion of flickering flame and shifting shadows, the yellowed organ keyboard. Someone had evidently turned on the electricity and then used a hefty old music book to weigh down some of the keys, and so produce the endless, deafening, hellish discord. Violently he threw the heavy book off the keyboard and onto the floor, and the din ceased. He could only hear the deep reverberations fading, and then at last there was peace. "Woo!" came a high-pitched quavering from the far end of the nave, like an owl hooting, or like a rampant child pretending to be a ghost. "Woo!" it came again, the burble of the village Egypt. There was a white blotch down there, maybe it could be a human creature, floating about in the blackness. And then suddenly a smaller, pale shape flew in an arc above the nave and fell onto the stone floor with a thud. Immediately a second object followed into the air and also landed resoundingly. They seemed to Father Quinn, incredibly, like hymn books being chucked across the church. Abruptly, he saw a match flaring, a wick catching fire, and a candle shining its beams into the suffocating darkness. And he beheld its brightness casting illumination onto the holy statue's polished brown limbs. "Woo!" echoed the sound as the ghostly shape swayed from side to side. And then, peering into the spill of the candlelight, Quinn could discern a white pile, a mound of pallid something around the base of the wooden figure. To his alarm, the flame was touched to the mysterious pale heap, which seemed to rapidly catch light. The priest was suddenly struck like a bolt from heaven by the shocking truth. He knew with awful certainty that what the ghost was setting fire to was a pile of open hymn books, and that they had been arranged as a blasphemous pyre about the feet of the lovely sculpture, as if the semi-naked figure was to be burnt at the stake like a martyr. "No!" Quinn howled, hurling himself down the spiral staircase, bashing his arms as he cannoned off the rails and scraping the skin from his ankles on the savage iron steps. "Ooh!" was the mocking response from below. At the bottom of the staircase, he missed his footing completely and came a terrible cropper, smashing his knee against the stone flagstones. "Jesus!" he moaned in pain and desperation. The firelight was getting brighter as the open pages of the hymn books were ignited by the flames of damnation. Groaning in anguish, he levered himself up, wrestling with his confining black cassock, and staggered painfully down the central aisle towards the threatening bonfire. He saw the white-garbed ghost glide away up the side aisle and disappear behind one of the massive grey pillars. But all he cared about was hastening urgently, despite the agony in his kneecap, to save the image of his Lord from the fires of hell. He grabbed up a chair and, wielding it like a battering ram, charged with a great bellow at the flaring stack of paper, trying to shove it away from the sacred statue. As a bold soldier of God, he attacked the flaming heap, swinging his chair like a mighty shillelagh, bludgeoning the devil and all his works. He beat away the burning books from the top of the pile, shifting them to one side, and then realized that the books underneath had not yet caught fire. All was not lost. The fighting priest concentrated his desperate efforts on whacking away those books that were alight, so as to cast them far away from the others that might yet achieve salvation. It was like a grotesque game of hurley, played against an infernal orange glow. And then he saw that he had indeed succeeded in separating those books whose pages were on fire and shoving them into the side aisle. And there he beat his chair against them to batter down the flames as best he could. Smoke began to form, pungent, choking, and he knew that he was nearing victory, and that no great damage could now surely come from the diminishing bonfire on the unyielding stone floor. Gasping like an exhausted bull, he limped a couple of paces towards the statue to check that it was unharmed. "All right, boss," he wheezed, and was relieved to see that the hallowed form was safe. Panting noisily, with his heart thudding, the servant of the Lord dropped his fire-blackened weapon and collapsed onto a seat. But then further up the side aisle, beyond the flickering flames and sinister smoke, his eye was caught by a white thing. Hovering there was the demonic phantom who had wreaked this sacrilegious havoc. Yet Quinn found he could only gaze blankly at the shape. He was too dog-tired to feel outrage or hatred, and in too much pain from his knee to even attempt to lever himself up. As if in a weird dream, he saw the apparition slowly turn to depart, but then it suddenly seemed to stumble and eerily fall forwards, and he heard the final hooted "woo" cut off by a sickening thud as the fire raiser's head bashed violently against the stone pillar. The evil creature slumped horribly to the ground and lay as still as a bag of laundry. Quinn didn't react for a moment, as if it didn't seem real, gazing empty-eyed at the lump of collapsed flesh. Then he turned his face tiredly towards the countenance of Christ and seemed to receive confirmation of his duty. He nodded his head in weary obedience. Lying on the ground was the church candle which had been used to start the fire, so he bent down and picked it up. Then, grunting in discomfort, he forced himself to his feet. Groaning at each step, he approached the few licking flames on the disintegrating pile of burnt books and leaned down to light the candle's wick again. Heavily he limped up to the motionless body and examined it by candlelight. Dull with fatigue, the priest recognized to his surprise that it was draped in his own white surplice, obviously stolen from the vestry. So that was the prosaic reality, the mundane truth. The inert lump was just an ordinary little vandal who had dressed up in the clergyman's vestment to play an unholy game of ghosts and demons. And the dirty gobshite's downfall had come when he had simply tripped over the hem of the garment and crashed headfirst into the massive stonework. The priest dully realized that it was his Christian duty to ascertain whether the malefactor was alive or dead. But when he heaved the body over onto its back, he discovered that the neck of the surplice had been pulled up over the head, presumably to hide the wearer, so that only the face appeared, as if in a white balaclava. He dragged the cotton garment roughly off the unresponsive head and threw it to one side, and thought for a second that the person he had revealed was no more than a child. But then he realized with ghastly fascination that the perpetrator was in fact a fully grown woman. A woman who was dressed oddly, all in pink and white, and whose disordered white gold curls were stained with dark blood, and more blood had spattered onto her peculiar adornment of a large pink bow. Quinn grunted in shock as he recognized the bizarre creature as a member of the drama man's evening class. "Witches," he breathed in loathing. "I knew they were witches. I said they were God-forsaken witches." He hauled himself to his feet and growled down at the child woman's body. "Vengeance is mine." And as he stumped away towards the dim light from the open church door, his voice burst forth, booming in that immense cavern like the thunderous judgment of heaven. "I will repay, saith the Lord." Then, snarling and spluttering, he staggered off on the painful journey back to the vicarage. He'd have to get on the phone and order up some firemen to properly douse the smouldering hymnals, and check that the house of God was safe and sound. And he'd better tell them also to send a couple of those paramedic people who would be able to decide whether the madwoman was alive or dead. Quinn didn't feel inclined to summon the police on this occasion. Considering their previous shameful inadequacies, he didn't think they were even competent to arrest a litter lout, and certainly weren't up to the job of chaining up a satanic arsonist. Anyway, it seemed likely that Almighty God, in his infinite wisdom and justice, had already visited retribution on this creature of blood and fire and darkness, on this perpetrator of abominations. Chapter 22. The drama class had convened for their next session, and were sitting in a circle with glum faces, wondering what they should do. They were distracted by the sound of their voices rebounding from the hall's wooden walls, which made them seem insensitively loud for such a solemn discussion. "I'm sorry, Georgina, but it just doesn't seem right somehow," Steph said. "Not now that we've lost Chloe." Georgina frowned. "What's Chloe got to do with it?" Steph opened her eyes wide, looking rather shocked. "Well, she can't be here, can she? It doesn't seem right to go on without her." "Yes, but it's not as if she's dead," Georgina objected. "She's only in hospital." "Under observation," Mimi said dolefully. "Oh, I know she got hurt, and I'm sure we all wish her well. And I don't want to sound insensitive," Georgina said with little sympathy in her voice. "But, and I hate to say this, apparently it was all her own fault. After all, it's not as if she was the innocent victim. She was committing arson. And you know what they say about playing with fire." "Yes, thank you, Georgina." Nell's voice cut through harshly. "I think we all get the message." Oddly, despite her antagonistic tone, Nell didn't look at the woman she was addressing. Instead, she gazed down at the floorboards, with her expression lacking its usual vivacity. "Chloe's got a head injury," Steph objected, "and that can be really serious." "I know," Georgina responded, sounding rather exasperated. "But I'm not suggesting that we have a party. I'm not trying to arrange a street carnival." She tried to contain her irritation. She succeeded to the extent that she said nothing for a moment, only puffing out fiery breath from her nostrils like a dragon. Then she resumed her explanation in what she regarded as a calm manner, although to the others it sounded as if she was somehow managing to speak and grind her teeth at the same time. "All I'm asking is that one or two of my friends and family be allowed to drop in on the final class of the drama course to see what we've been getting up to all these weeks. I mean, I don't know about you, but when I tell people about our little efforts, they're really interested, and they're absolutely bursting to see us perform a few bits of Shakespeare." She gave the rest of the class what was supposed to be an encouraging smile, but it wasn't the best acting that they had seen in that room. "It would all be very informal, not like proper theatre. Just a couple of chums popping in for a few minutes. And I'm sure that you've all got friends and family who would want to come if you give them the opportunity. I bet they'd jump at the chance to see you in action." The other women were not so easily persuaded. They were frankly sceptical that Georgina was indeed being pressurized by a clamorous body of fans, all sincere devotees of the arts, who relished the chance to enjoy a winter evening sitting on uncomfortable metal-framed chairs in a cold, bare hall. On the contrary, it seemed distinctly more likely that it was Georgina who was doing the pressurizing, that her nearest and dearest were being compelled to attend, and that the hapless victims would be under strict instructions to applaud enthusiastically and gush flatteringly. Most of the other women were nowhere near as confident that their relatives or neighbours would whoop for joy at the prospect of enduring a bunch of amateurs blundering through a tedious hour of incomprehensible Elizabethan verse. "But with Chloe in hospital," Steph persisted earnestly, "it still seems a bit—" "Disrespectful," Mimi offered. "Yes," Steph agreed. "Disrespectful." Georgina breathed out annoyance through her nostrils. Haley spoke up firmly. "When I agreed to do this course," she informed them, "I specifically said that I wasn't going to be involved in a show. And I'm certainly not learning lines." "No, I'm not suggesting that we put on a show. Absolutely not," Georgina assured her. "It would just be a normal class, except that we wouldn't all be performing at the same time. We'd take turns. And of course it wouldn't be a performance, not really. And you wouldn't have to learn your lines. You can read from your script as usual. Although those of us who wanted to learn our lines could do, of course." "I can't learn lines at my age. I'd need a script," Lynn announced bluntly. Steph turned to the old woman. "But don't you think any sort of performance would be disrespectful to Chloe?" "Well, I don't know what that lass was up to in the church, but to be frank, it sounds like she's not right in the head," Lynn replied. "Oh, yes?" Nell asked in evident displeasure, but she still stared at the floor. "I'm sorry if she's hurt herself," Lynn continued. "But obviously our drama sessions are still going on. We're all here, aren't we? If she goes setting fire to places, that's her business. But it doesn't mean that we've got to cancel our evening class." "Thank you," Georgina said fervently, as if she had received a resounding vote of confidence. "I'm not saying it for you, love," Lynn responded calmly. "I'm just speaking my mind." Georgina's eyelids closed. "Yes, but even so, I gather that you're in favour of letting us invite a couple of friends each to the final class." "I'm not in favour," the old woman contradicted her. Georgina's eyelids opened threateningly wide. "But I'm not against," Lynn explained precisely. "Good," Georgina replied with uncertainty in her voice, but still determined to count it as assent. Then she tried to canvass more support. "Mimi, I'm sure you've got lots of friends who'd love to come and see you act." "I have got lots of friends," the large lady agreed. "But if I shove Shakespeare down their throats, they might not be my friends anymore." Georgina was beginning to look almost desperate. "However, I have got two nosy daughters who want to know what I'm up to, so I might let them come," Mimi conceded. "And they could do with a bit of culture, so it would serve them right." "Excellent," Georgina rallied. "And I think that there probably aren't enough black actors doing the Shakespeare stuff, so I sort of feel obliged," Mimi informed her. "On behalf of my people." She glanced round the circle of white faces, nodding seriously. "Yes," Georgina said vaguely. Then Mimi added simply, "And it might be a nice way to end the drama course." "Hear, hear," Georgina called out, and, encouraged by this endorsement, resumed her campaign for votes. "Flick, I do hope you'll let people see your wonderful acting." Flick stared candidly back, fully aware of the blatant flattery, but her faint smile made her appear almost sorry for Georgina in her clumsy attempts at subterfuge. After a moment, she nodded briefly in acquiescence. "Thank you," Georgina responded, as if buoyed by a wave of enthusiasm. "And Nell, I know that you'll want to perform your beloved Shakespeare." "Do you, Georgina?" Nell replied coldly,
and for the first time she raised her eyes from the floorboards and focused on the pushy woman's face. Actually, I'm very much in sympathy with Steph's reservations about putting on a show. Not a show, Georgina countered. So I thank Steph for expressing her misgivings, Nell said solemnly, and for her concern for Chloe. Steph nodded in recognition of the thanks, although in fact she was beginning to wonder whether she had overreacted to Chloe's absence. She would actually quite like to try acting in front of a small audience. Daniel, who had been following the discussion closely, decided it was time to intervene. Let me make it clear that there is no obligation on anyone to perform. I would, of course, be very happy that those who want to act should be given the chance. In fact, I think it's a great idea. But on the other hand, those who aren't so keen can obviously choose to sit this one out. Well, although I'm saddened by Chloe's absence, Nell resumed, I must admit it was me who persuaded you all to have a go at Shakespeare in the first place. So I suppose that if I've got any sort of integrity, I can't be the one to refuse to complete the job. She spoke without enthusiasm, and her expression was simply resigned. I'll do it, she said flatly. Good! Georgina was relieved. She suspected that if Nell had declined to participate, it would be impossible to make her change her mind. Yeah, it would definitely be better if we all joined in, Haley commented. What do you mean? Steph challenged her. You just said that you wouldn't do it. No, I didn't, Haley insisted. I said that I wouldn't be in a show, but Georgina says that this won't be a show. And anyway, if everyone else is going to do it, I'm not going to sit at the side, sulking. Sorry? Steph bridled. Are you saying that I'm sulking? No, Haley replied spiritedly. I'm just saying that I'm prepared to go along with it. And since you're the person who got me into this situation in the first place, I thought that at least you would too. Steph frowned at Haley, unsure what to think. She felt that her friend had turned against her by suddenly announcing that she was in favour of the performance. But on the other hand, she had to admit that Haley had made a good point. Steph had begged her to accompany her to the first class, and then convinced her to sign up, and then persuaded her to try acting Shakespeare. So it did seem to be only fair that Steph should join in if her friend was willing to do it. And, as Mimi said, it would end the course on a fitting note. But most of all, Steph was gradually realizing she herself really wanted to perform. All right, she conceded with ill grace, knowing that she was being unfair. After all, Haley was twisting her arm to make her do exactly what she secretly wanted to do. So that's everyone, Georgina exclaimed with satisfaction. She beamed round at her fellow actors. Lynn looked impassive, and Flick was watchful, while Nell was lost in private thought. None of them seemed particularly keen. Only Mimi had been supportive, and at the moment she seemed more interested in observing the friction between Steph, who was looking flustered, and Haley, who seemed resentful about her friend's unreasonableness. But Georgina was not one to be discouraged by a lukewarm reaction. And I thought the performance, although it's not really a performance, should have a title. It's nothing official, of course. It's not as if we're putting up posters or printing programs. She paused for a moment, apparently pondering whether posters and programs might be a rather good idea. Perhaps including photographs with their names written underneath. But she rescued herself from this diversion
and returned to the question of a title for the performance that wasn't really a performance. "Actually, I have a suggestion." The others exchanged ironic glances. It was inevitable that Georgina would have a suggestion. "The scenes are, of course, extracts from the works of the immortal bard," she said, oblivious to Daniel wincing at the appalling name, "concentrating on the female characters." She smirked in self-congratulation at the imminent revelation of her title. Lynn got ready to release the caustic groan that she usually inflicted on bothersome Jehovah's Witnesses. "So I thought I might call it," Georgina continued, and then corrected herself. "I mean, I should like to propose Will's Women." She waited for unanimous approval of her brainwave, but she was met by a somewhat disconcerting silence. She examined the faces before her, searching for delighted expressions. Mimi, who had been her most positive supporter, was now frowning as if puzzled. Nell twitched an eyebrow, which might mean anything. Flick moved her head slightly, but whether it was a nod or a shake was hard to say. And Lynn looked as if she was suffering a spasm of indigestion. "Will's Women," Daniel repeated, breaking the embarrassing silence. He pulled his mouth into a welcoming smile, desperately trying to beam brightness into the cloud of apathy. "Or alternatively, we could call it," Nell commented, staring up at the ceiling now, "Shakespeare's Bitches." All the women turned towards her, with facial expressions that ranged from surprise to shock. Daniel prevaricated, unsure whether Nell was serious, looking for a twist of sarcasm in her distant smile. He felt that his position as teacher obliged him to point out that her suggestion might be offensive. "Nell," he began uneasily. She turned towards him, although her eyes still seemed unfocused. "We said that Shakespeare was possibly the Earl of Southampton's bitch," she explained neutrally. "So that means we're Shakespeare's bitches." "What?" Steph asked, confused. "There is a theory," Daniel explained reluctantly, wishing he'd never mentioned it to Nell, "that Shakespeare was emotionally involved with a young nobleman." "So he was Southampton's bitch," Nell repeated with her eyes far away. "And we're Shakespeare's bitches." "Excuse me, madam," Mimi interposed. "I ain't nobody's bitch." She shook her head with finality. "Nobody's bitch." "Sorry," Nell replied dully. "It was just a joke. Ignore me." "But if I was going to be anybody's bitch," Mimi continued, "it would be Master Shakespeare's." Baffled faces looked at her, so she explained. "Because he is a man who really appreciates a dark lady." Most faces remained baffled. "I might consider being Shakespeare's bitch," Mimi acknowledged. "Really?" Nell asked in mild surprise. "Then that's two of us." "But bitch is a horrible word," Lynn complained. "Yes," Georgina agreed, although she sounded uncertain. As a feminist, she felt that she should denounce the derogatory term bitch, but unfortunately she was aware that some ethnic cultures seemed to use the term in a different sense, and as an anti-racist, she realized that it was their right to do so. And now it had got even more complicated because Mimi, who was both a woman and from an ethnic minority, seemed to be speaking both against the expression and also in favour of it. It was all extremely muddling. "Of course, it's horrible when a man says a woman is his bitch,"
Haley commented. Because it means he's treating her like a dog. Yes, Georgina said more confidently. But obviously a man can only do that if he's alive, Haley resumed. So it's different with Shakespeare, because he's dead. Georgina replied. Very, very dead, Haley emphasised. So he definitely isn't treating me like a dog. No, said Georgina, even more muddled. So the idea of us calling ourselves his bitches is quite funny, Haley suggested. I like it. You like it? Steph asked her friend incredulously. You like Shakespeare? I can't believe it. She turned towards the others and shrugged resignedly. Well, if Haley, of all people, wants to be one of Shakespeare's bitches, then I suppose I do too. Daniel was surprised that the women seemed to be accepting Nell's jokey suggestion, but still suspected that Georgina might be feeling disgruntled because her original title, Will's Women, had been rejected. I'm sure we all thank Georgina, he said to mollify her, for the suggestion that we should do a performance. Although it's not a performance, Haley chimed in. No, sorry, not a performance, Daniel quickly agreed. And we also thank Georgina for giving us the title, which has only been slightly modified. The recipient of these thanks stretched out her head and twisted her neck like a preening budgerigar. You better not tell the creeping vicar that we're calling ourselves Shakespeare's bitches, Steph commented. He might be offended. Well, we're a better crew than the Jesus girls, Haley insisted. Who? Steph asked. The Jesus girls, Haley repeated. I saw them coming out of the church on Sunday morning. Sorry, you were up and about bright and early on a Sunday morning, her friend inquired sceptically. Yeah, well actually I was just going home after a bright and late Saturday night, the redhead explained. And that's when I saw the vicar man outside the church saying goodbye to all these miserable biddies. What a bunch of crusty old bags. They looked like none of them had ever cracked a smile or done anything else to bring the colour to their cheeks. In fact, they looked like he'd just dug them up out of the graveyard. She shook her head sadly. I call them the Jesus girls. You'd better not let the creeping vicar know that either, Steph advised. And don't let him hear you saying bitches, or he'll ban us from using the church hall. He's got no right to complain, Haley said. He said we were witches, and that's well out of order. Witches, Mimi confirmed. Then Nell chimed in, speaking in a quiet, sing-song voice. We're not the Jesus girls, she chanted, but we're not witches. She seemed to be gazing upwards into nothingness. We're Shakespeare's bitches. Everyone stared at her in silence, as if she was casting a spell. Then Lynn turned her aged face round towards them, one by one, and her jerky movements caught their attention. We're an odd number, the old woman observed. Everyone looked blank. We've been doing scenes with 2 people in them, so it would work better if we had an even number of actresses, she explained. Then everyone gets to play one part. But now that Chloe's dropped out, we're suddenly an odd number. Everyone counted the class. Lynn's arithmetic was undeniable. We're only an odd number if you don't count the teacher, Flick observed. And then she added, but maybe we should count the teacher. Some of the others looked slightly surprised at her intervention, as she rarely joined in their discussions. But Flick was even more surprised. She hadn't meant to say anything, and certainly never intended to make any reference to Dan, or the teacher, as she had called him.
Why was she trying to get him involved? She felt as if her subconscious had suddenly risen from within and spoken out of her mouth without her consent. How could Daniel take a part? The characters are all women, Lynn replied sceptically. I know that in Shakespeare's time the female roles were originally played by males, but they were just boys. Daniel is obviously a man. He's big and hairy. The women looked at Daniel, and he smiled in wry acceptance of his bigness and hairiness. In fact, he's very big indeed, the little woman added. If he was on stage with me, I should look like a midget. And if he tried playing one of the women's parts, the audience would wonder why Juliet had been transformed into a bearded giant. The group all laughed. Daniel's participation seemed impossible and ridiculous. However, Nell's voice quietly suggested, there's one part he could play. Cleopatra's messenger. Her comment gained everyone's attention, but she continued to gaze into infinity. The messenger is actually supposed to be a man, isn't he? Yes, Daniel admitted warily, feeling that he was slipping towards a trap. And part of the comedy, Nell carried on remorselessly, is the spectacle of a man being beaten up by a woman. Yes. And also having a man as the messenger is more dramatic, because if Cleopatra beats up a woman, the queen just seems like a nasty bully beating up a servant. But if she attacks a man, it looks more like a fair fight. And she's more like a heroine, Haley agreed. Go for it, Cleopatra, Mimi urged. So Daniel could play the messenger, Nell concluded. Yes, Mimi enthused. I like that. Definitely, Haley approved. Hang on, Daniel cried. I'm not so sure. Why not? Haley asked bluntly. Well, he began unwillingly. There are some drama teachers who include themselves in performances just so that they can show off. I wouldn't want to seem like that. Yeah, but you're only a servant, Haley pointed out, so you haven't got the star role. And anyway, Mimi added mischievously, what makes you think you'll be a better actor than us? And she laughed out loud. Yes, Mimi was excellent as Cleopatra when we tried it before, Flick heard herself saying. Why'd she open her mouth again? She might show up the teacher. No, I don't want to do that part, Mimi replied seriously. She was apparently completely confident that she might indeed be able to act Daniel off the stage, but she was choosing not to do so. I want to be in the scene from Othello, the play about the black man. I know that the black man isn't actually in that bit, so I think that a black actress should be in it, to sort of represent her people. Are you saying that you want to be Desdemona? Georgina asked incredulously. But she's white. That's the point. Mimi stared back at her for a moment, and everyone became very still, with their faces tense. But then the black woman burst out laughing. No, she exclaimed. I can't be Desdemona, of course not. She's too young. The others were able to relax back into their chairs. No, I want to play the other one, Mimi said. Emilia, Daniel prompted. The one who has that speech, Mimi confirmed, about how if a woman has a husband who's unfaithful to her because he's a dirty dog, then she's allowed to get her own back on him. She can go out and find herself a fancy man. And it's all her husband's fault because he's driven her to it. Emilia, Daniel confirmed. Mimi nodded resolutely. You can play Cleopatra, she announced, pointing at Flick. Me? Flick gasped in astonishment. She looked almost horrified. "Yes, of course," Mimi assured her. "It was your idea that Daniel should be in it." "No, I don't want to play Cleopatra," Flick insisted. "Why not?" Lynn demanded. "Why on earth not? When we were performing the scene, I said you'd make an ideal Cleopatra. I told you, Daniel, didn't I?"
Yes," he replied reluctantly.
"I said that she's got the long black hair," the little lady asserted. "She looks the part." Everyone nodded in agreement. "You don't need to have black hair," Flick protested. "Anyone could play Cleopatra. Nell, you'd be really good." Nell shook her head dismissively and continued to stare at the ceiling, like an astronomer surveying the heavens. Flick realized that she couldn't persuade a woman who seemed totally abstracted, and looked worriedly round at the others. "What about you, Haley? You could be Cleopatra." "Me? No thanks," came the reply. "I want to be Olivia." "What?" Steph blurted out in amazement. "You want to be Countess Olivia?" "Yes," Haley replied belligerently. "Is there any reason why I shouldn't?" "No," Steph quickly conceded, stifling any reply, which might imply that no audience could ever take her friend seriously as an aristocratic lady. "I'm just amazed that you're so keen all of a sudden." Flick turned her attention to Steph. "Would you like to play Cleopatra?" she invited her. Steph began to consider the possibility, and Flick felt a rise of hope. "She can't," Lynn announced flatly. "She's going to be Juliet." "Eh?" Steph exclaimed in surprise. "Well, aren't you?" Lynn asked. "You'd be really good. And who else is going to do it?" "Oh," Steph responded, looking flattered, and began to consider the new suggestion. "So I'm very sorry," Lynn addressed Flick, "but I think you're going to have to be Cleopatra." She added sympathetically, "Don't worry, love. You'll get used to the idea." "So that's decided," Mimi said joyfully. "Flick plays the Queen, and Daniel gets beaten up." She laughed uproariously, and they continued to plan the performance that wasn't really a performance. Chapter 23. Snowflakes were fluttering gently down from the night sky. Daniel, standing in the arched entrance to the hall, watched their magical descent as they silently settled on the graves and monuments, cladding the ground in a thin garment of white. Unfortunately, this wondrous event meant that there might not be a performance after all, because there might not be an audience. How many people would want to risk getting stranded in a snowstorm? How many people would gratefully grab the excuse of the weather forecaster's warnings and slide out of their agreement to sit in a chilly church hall, watching a bunch of amateurs performing bits from boring old Shakespeare? Daniel looked out at the shining snowflakes floating down from the dark heavens and wondered if he was going to be alone for the evening. Someone wearing a long, dark coat with a big hood over their head emerged from the shifting pattern of white snowflakes and black night. As the newcomer neared, Daniel could see that the hood was edged with white fur and that it framed the face of Felicity. She looked like a character from a fairy tale. At first sight, she seemed a bit like the rose-cheeked Red Riding Hood, but on closer examination, she resembled more the hard, icy Snow Queen. "Is the performance still on?" she asked without preamble. "I hope so," he replied. "But of course it depends whether the actors turn up and whether any audience are prepared to make the journey." "They should be able to get here easily enough," she said brusquely. The snow hasn't settled. The roads are fairly clear."
"Then we may be all right," he said. "At least you got here."
"Yes?" she inquired bluntly, as if he was implying something unwelcome. Every time their eyes met, she seemed to glare accusingly at him, as if she had caught him staring at her. And he admitted to himself that perhaps he had been staring at her.
"It's good that you were able to make it," he said. "Maybe the others will arrive soon."
He found that he was being distracted by the picture of her lovely face, encircled by the soft fur. She looked enchanting. It was difficult not to stare. She moved to take shelter under the archway next to him, but did not stand too close. They both looked out at the falling snow, and her face in profile was totally hidden by her hood. He tried to make small talk.
Have you got anyone coming to watch you?"
She didn't reply for a moment, as if she felt that the question was rudely personal, but then she decided to grant him an answer. "My brother and his wife."
"Oh, you've got a brother, have you?"
"Yes," she replied sharply, making him feel both stupid and intrusive.
"I didn't know that," he explained clumsily.
"No, well, you don't know anything about me, do you?" she said harshly. "And for your information, my mother has also insisted on coming too." Then she added scathingly, "But of course, you didn't know that I have a mother." He didn't actually feel as if she had slapped his face for the second time, but he certainly felt that she had rapped his knuckles. "What about you?" she asked, going on the offensive. "Have you got relations coming to watch you?"
"Me?" he asked in surprise. The possibility hadn't even occurred to him. "No, I'm just the teacher."
"No brother? No mother?" she pursued. "No wife?" He flinched, but she continued, "You did get married, didn't you?" Now he felt as if she'd poked him in the chest or jabbed him in the heart.
"Yes," he reluctantly admitted, and his eyes dropped, but unfortunately it didn't work out.
He gazed dourly at the snowfall obliterating the grass. "No?" she inquired unsympathetically. "Different outside interests?"
"Sorry, how do you mean?" he asked guardedly.
"Perhaps she wasn't interested in drama," she said coldly. He was wishing that he hadn't begun this conversation.
"No," he murmured, "she had other interests."
He was certainly not prepared to reveal details of his ex's outside interest, or to mention the man involved. "Well, things don't always work out," she said tartly. "End of story."
He wasn't putting up with this. He tried turning the question against her. "And did you get married?" But his response only sounded crass and boorish, so he quickly tried to modify it. "I mean, have you got a partner coming to see you tonight?" There was no response. He turned to look at her, but was met by the concealing hood. Then she said bitingly, "I don't discuss my private life with strangers." "Strangers?" he replied, rather shocked. "So I'm a stranger?"
"Of course," she answered inflexibly. "It's clear that we don't really know each other."
"No?" he queried, with hurt in his eyes.
"For a teacher," was her cutting comment. "You've got a lot to learn." Daniel stared out at the implacably descending snowflakes. They dropped onto the old headstones, obscuring their inscriptions, and fell on the statue of an angel, slowly smothering its face.
"Sorry," he said. "There's no point in us talking, is there?
You'll obviously never forgive me for letting you down all those years ago. Do you blame me? She burst out bitterly. No, he replied quietly. No. He gazed out bleakly at the falling snow. You'll be pleased to see that the snow's settling on the ground, he observed. It means that you'll be able to make an enormous snowball, and then you can chuck it right in my face. Yes, she said evenly. I might just do that. In the graveyard, stone crosses protruded from the chilly white shroud, like the raised arms of corpses protesting against their death. Then they both saw another figure approaching up the path. Nell was wearing a bomber jacket and a man's peaked cap. "Evening," she called, but her voice didn't sound as perky as it used to. "Evening, Nell," Daniel greeted her. "You got here all right." "Oh, yes. The main roads are still clear," the masculine-looking woman replied. "It's only the cemetery that looks like a Christmas card. Well, that's assuming you like your Christmas card decorated with gravestones." "Then let's hope everyone else makes it," Daniel said. "Right," Flick announced, as if she'd taken a decision. "I promised my family that I'd stand out on the road like a human signpost to help them find the place. And I always keep my promises." She marched away down the path, leaving Daniel to feel the sting in her words about keeping promises. Nell watched her retreating form speculatively. "Sorry, did I interrupt something?" she asked. "No, absolutely nothing," Daniel assured her. "No." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," Nell commiserated ironically. Daniel didn't take her meaning. He was too concerned with looking in the direction that Flick had taken. "I'm not exactly her favourite person," he said stoically. "Aren't you?" Nell queried. "I thought that perhaps you were her very favourite person." "Afraid not," he insisted. "The complete opposite." "Well, you know best," she said. "Supposedly." And she joined him under the arch. Daniel changed the subject. "How are you doing?" he asked quietly. "Fine," she answered defensively. "Why not?" "I just thought that the business with Chloe," he tailed off. "Yes, I'm sure that shocked all of us," she replied neutrally. "Absolutely," he agreed. "Although I thought perhaps it affected you more than anyone else." Nell stared at him assessingly, with none of her usual cheerfulness. She murmured thoughtfully, and then she came to a decision. "You know, don't you?" she said. He shrugged noncommittally, but his eyes were friendly. "You know that I'm gay," she said calmly. "Oh, I don't go sticking my nose into the personal lives of the members of the class," he replied lightly, "although obviously certain possibilities occur to me." "Certain possibilities," she echoed dryly. "Part of my job when we're discussing a scene is to think about characters and relationships." "Like my relationship with Chloe," she suggested. "Not that it went very far. We only had one time together. Just went out for a drink, really." "No, I simply discuss the relationships of Shakespeare's characters," he answered. "I've no business talking about the relationships of people within the drama group." She nodded, accepting what he said, but she continued, "The thing is, when Chloe turns those baby blue eyes on you, and she just stares and stares, you find yourself becoming totally hypnotized." She gazed into the distance. "You're under her power. Under her spell. Nell's face was as vacant as if she was hypnotized now. You know, Father Quinn said that we were all witches. Silly man. But with Chloe, I don't know. Maybe he was right. Maybe she is like a sort of witch, casting her spell over you. Nell's eyes were blank. I even thought, well, that she and I... She shook her head in disillusion. I only spent a few hours with her, but I was hopelessly under her spell. Hopeless and helpless. Nell was quite still, and then, suddenly rousing herself, she turned to him and said dismissively, She had me completely fooled. She had all of us fooled, he assured her. I thought she was strange, but I had no idea she was pursuing a vendetta against Father Quinn. I mean, she hardly ever saw him. You never know with people, do you? She said grimly. You never know what's under the surface. There's no art to find the mind's construction in the face, he said automatically. She raised an eyebrow at him. Are you quoting from Shakespeare? Yes, he confirmed. Oh God, I must stop doing that. It's just that, well, that Flick's gone off, or she'll have clouted me. But you'd have thought of a quotation for that, she said. I bet you can. Go on. Daniel's face looked as cold as the snow while he searched his memory. Then he recited bleakly, Absent thee from felicity a while. And he muttered, Hamlet. Nell nodded in sympathy for his plight. So we are companions in misery. He glanced at her in surprise, rather disconcerted. I'm not sure what you mean, he parried. Oh, I think you are, she asserted coolly. I got a tiny bit hurt by Chloe, obviously, and you're being hurt by Flick. She smiled wryly as he looked away. We're two broken hearts out in the snow. I haven't got a broken heart, he contradicted her. Haven't you? Well, you'd know best, supposedly, she replied casually. I just thought your heart might be feeling rather damaged, since she's been stamping on it in stiletto heels. He frowned, digging his fists deeper into his pockets, and there was an uncomfortable pause. Then he diverted the conversation. Have you heard how Chloe is? Oh, yes. Of course, I never want to see her again, but I still phoned up the hospital to inquire about her health. Perhaps that's because I'm just naturally nosy. Or maybe I'm just not very good at letting go. What did they say? Not much, she replied resignedly. They didn't want to tell me anything at first, of course. So I had to say that I was her partner, which is a bit of a joke, all things considered. Then they gave me the usual guff. She has a serious head injury, but the operation went well, and the surgeon's very good. Although you never know with head injuries, and we'll just have to wait and see, and it might take a long time. Daniel looked at her sympathetically. Will you visit her in hospital? No, she answered shortly. Even when she's able to receive visitors, I won't go. What's the point? I don't know who she really is. They both gazed out at the light snowflakes drifting down and the vast dark sky above. Still, I have to stay cheerful, she said. The dentist always has to have the biggest smile. She spoke with a philosophical shrug. And I don't regret it. Don't you? He asked in surprise. Oh, no. Obviously I feel a fool. I say to myself, What a clown! What a clot! What a clumsy klutz! But it was nothing. Just a passing fancy. And of course I'd do it again.
Really?
Oh, definitely. I think you've got to grab your chances whenever they occur, Nell told him. It's not often you feel that fate is tapping you on the shoulder and asking, would you like to dance? Well, you don't want to be a wallflower all your life. Sometimes you have to take to the floor and do the hokey-cokey, even if it may mean that you fall flat on your backside. Daniel's eyes were hooded. Don't you think? She inquired. I mean, hasn't fate tapped you on the shoulder? He didn't answer. He just stared out at the endless night over the cemetery. You make your bed, and you have to lie in it, he thought, looking across at the graves. There lay people of the past who had no doubt made mistakes, as he had, and had to live with the consequences, and had to die with the regret. Chill snowflakes settled inexorably on the unyielding earth. Suddenly, a lively voice called out to them, "Here we are, the leading ladies!" Haley and Steph were arriving, full of excitement. "The show must go on," Haley enthused. "Where are dressing rooms?" Steph joked. "Cooey!" sang out another voice coming up the path. It was Lynn, and even she seemed rather more light-hearted than usual, more as if she was going to a party. "Wonderful to see you. Do come in," Daniel welcomed them. As long as a few hardy souls turned up to occupy some of the audience chairs, it looked like the show would indeed go on. "The clock struck 9 when I did send the nurse," Steph moaned, like an impatient child who demanded that all her wishes be met instantly. "In half an hour she promised to return." Clearly the young lady was prepared to stamp her foot if the servants didn't jump to it. Steph had agreed to the suggestion that she should play Juliet with Lynn as the nurse, and the two of them had rehearsed diligently, with plenty of suggestions from Daniel, even meeting at Lynn's house to put in some extra practice. And now, bravely, they were the first pair to face the small audience, who had loyally, or in some cases reluctantly, made the pilgrimage through the snow. The amateur actors were performing the scene where Juliet has sent the nurse to discover Romeo's intentions, and is waiting anxiously for her to return. "Perchance she cannot meet him!" The horrific notion seemed to hit Juliet like a meteor. "That's not so," she rapidly assured herself, pressing her palms down as if squashing the possibility into submission. "Oh, she's lame!" The accusation seemed to condemn the nurse for being not only contemptibly feeble, but also downright lazy. "From 9 to 12 is 3 long hours," she harangued the absent servant, as if giving her lessons in arithmetic. "Yet she is not come!" she exclaimed in exasperation. "Had she affections and warm youthful blood, she would be swift in motion." Her hands whisked out to indicate the required swiftness, as if the nurse should be able to dash along like a cartoon character in a blur of motion. "But old folks," these were apparently the heartless villains besetting our poor heroine, "many feign as they were dead, unwieldy, slow, heavy and pale as lead." She made it clear that arthritis, rheumatism and bronchitis were just forms of pretense put on by old folk to avoid work. And even if she saw a corpse in a coffin, she'd be inclined to poke it with a stick to make sure that it wasn't one of the aged skivers who had sneaked in for a surreptitious nap. Lynn emitted a laboured groan to signal her arrival. "Oh, God, she comes!" Steph yelled, jumping up and down in agitation.
Lynn approached, indicating the nurse's discomfort by rearranging her wrinkles into an alarming pattern of pain and placing one hand on her aching back while using the other hand to hold her script.
"Oh, honey nurse, what news? Hast thou met with him?"
Steph screeched excitedly, seizing the old lady by both arms. "Ow!" yelped the victim of this powerful grip. The noise was Lynn's spontaneous addition to Shakespeare's dialogue.
"Oh, Lord, why look'st thou sad?"
Steph asked in horror. Juliet seemed to be quite unaware that the sadness might be caused by the nurse having her arms squeezed in passionate insensitivity. Sighing, Lynn prized one of Steph's hands off her, and then the other.
"Though news be sad, yet tell it merrily,"
Steph urged her heedlessly.
"If good, thou shamest the music of sweet news by playing it to me with so sour a face."
Apparently the old woman was again at fault for looking worn out.
"I am a-weary,"
Lynn snapped, collapsing into a chair.
"Give me leave a while."
And she closed her eyes, as if settling down for a well-earned 40 winks. There was a murmur of amusement from the audience.
"Fie, how my bones ache,"
Lynn protested, still with her eyes shut.
"What a jaunce have I!"
Spoken in her strong Lancashire accent, the old-fashioned word sounded as if it must be regional dialect.
"I would thou hadst my bones, and I thy news,"
Juliet complained glibly.
"Nay, come, I pray thee, speak," she demanded.
Lynn gave a little snore, and the audience laughed. Steph knelt down at her side, pestering her.
Good nurse, speak."
She wiggled her fingers in frustration, as if dying to give the old woman a shake.
"Jesu, what haste!"
Lynn rebuked her, opening one eye and glaring at her persecutor.
"Can you not stay a while? Do you not see that I'm out of breath?"
Then she closed her eyes again firmly. Some of the audience chuckled, and as Juliet continued to nag the nurse, Daniel looked round at the watching faces. Most wore smiles, and they all seemed to be enjoying the entertainment. Sitting in the middle of the group was an Asian-looking lady, who, when she had arrived, had told Daniel that she was Lynn's neighbour. He was intrigued to see that she was holding upright on her lap a framed photograph of an older man, so that it could be seen by the little actress while she was performing. It was unclear whether this was Lynn's good luck charm, or whether she needed reassurance when she was on stage by seeing in the audience a picture of her late husband. Whatever the reason, Frank had come to watch. When Lynn spoke again, she still appeared to have her eyes closed, but Daniel knew that she was sitting side on to the audience in order to hide the fact that she had one eye open to read her script.
"Well, you've made a simple choice,"
she said, as if she meant that the girl was simple-minded.
"You know not how to choose a man."
The nurse was taking advantage of her position of power. Not only was she withholding the news that Juliet was desperate to hear, but she was also lecturing the girl about adult matters. Then she opened both her eyes and ran through the speech praising Romeo's face, leg, hand, foot, and body, as if she was enjoying a good gossip.
"What says he of our marriage?" Steph shrieked. "What of that?"
"Lord, how my head aches," Lynn moaned, putting a hand on her brow. The audience hummed in amusement.
"What a head have I! It beats as it would fall in 20 pieces."
Steph gave a little squeal of frustration.
"My back at the other side,"
Lynn groaned, transferring her hand to her aching back.
"Oh, my back, my back!"
Another squeak escaped from Steph. "Beshrew your heart for sending me about to catch my death with jauncing up and down," Lynn admonished her, tapping her finger on the back of Steph's hand to indicate that the naughty girl needed a smack. "In faith, I'm sorry thou art not well," Steph said in diplomatic contrition, placing her palms together as in prayer. "Sweet, sweet nurse," she cooed appeasingly, stroking Lynn's forehead in solicitude. Then she blurted out, "Tell me, what says my love?" "Your love says," the old woman answered, sitting upright, and then she paused. "Like an honest gentleman," and she paused again, "and a courteous," she was quite deliberately delaying, "and a kind," Steph nodded anxiously as Lynn stretched out the words, "and a handsome." Steph nodded vigorously, urging her to hurry, but the servant was now in control and relishing it. "And I warrant a virtuous." Steph nodded manically as Lynn dragged out the compliments, almost sadistically. Finally, the nurse reached the time to deliver Romeo's message to Juliet. "Where is your mother?" Steph's voice changed from the sympathetic cooing to an irritated yelp. "Where is my mother? Why, she's within. Where should she be?" She jumped to her feet and imitated Lynn's Lancashire accent. "Your love says, like an honest gentleman, where is your mother?" "Oh, God's lady dear," Lynn exclaimed, pretending she was shocked and offended. "Are you so hot? Marry, come up indeed. Is this the poultice for my aching bones?" She collapsed back into her chair, shutting her eyes again. "Henceforth, do your messages yourself," she retaliated waspishly. "Here's such a coil," Steph wailed. Then, acknowledging defeat, she went down on her knees again, speaking in her earlier, appeasing tone. "Come," she pleaded. "What says Romeo?" Lynn opened her eyes and consulted her script. "Have you got leave to go to church today?" she asked. "I have," Steph replied excitedly, immediately entering a conspiracy with the old woman. Lynn sat up energetically. "Then hie you hence to Friar Lawrence's cell." She grasped Steph's arm enthusiastically. "There stays a husband to make you a wife." Steph gave a piercing shriek of delight. The audience members variously chuckled and buzzed in amusement. During the final lines of the scene, Daniel watched the visitors and confirmed that they were really enjoying the show, which, he had to admit to himself, heavily stressed the comedy rather than the romance. He was delighted when the scene ended to hear a spontaneous round of applause. Martin clapped his hands along with everybody else at the success of his wife's performance as Juliet, but he felt confused. He had expected the evening to be totally boring. After all, it was going to be bloody Shakespeare, and that was guaranteed arse-ache. He'd even worn a proper jacket over his t-shirt and jeans, in recognition of the seriousness of the occasion, like when you go to a funeral. But that first bit of the show, with Steph in it, had surprisingly been quite entertaining. One reason for him coming to see her was, of course, curiosity. She clearly hadn't been keen on his suggestion that they should spice up their sex lives by experimenting. And what's more, she hadn't liked watching the video of people doing it in the woods. Instead, she'd gone off and found this drama lark. Apparently, she liked poncing about on stage. Well, naturally, he'd felt compelled to check it out, if only to make sure that she wasn't seeing another man behind his back on Thursday evenings. However, it was clear that she had genuinely been doing these classes, although Martin still, of course, assumed that his wife getting up on stage would be, to put it bluntly, a complete embarrassment. And yet just now, when she'd been doing her acting, she seemed to be different, really different. Not like old Steph at all. Over the years of marriage, all the fun had sort of gone out of her. But obviously that was what happened as you got older, wasn't it? So this evening was a bit of a shock. She sounded different. Her voice was noticeably stronger and was surprisingly full of energy. And she looked different, expressing all kinds of wild emotions, like her face had miraculously come back to life. It was confusing, and actually, to tell the truth, a bit disturbing. It went without saying that everyone there could see she was obviously a middle-aged woman, and yet when she was pretending to be this teenager Juliet, she did somehow appear to be, in a strange fashion, young again. "I swear I am not that I play," Nell proclaimed, and Daniel's mouth twitched at the irony. In the extract from Twelfth Night, she was playing the part of Viola, who, dressed up as a boy, was taking her master's message of love to the Lady Olivia. When Nell had entered wearing her perky man's cap and bomber jacket, she had given the impression that, with her slim frame and flat chest, she could almost be taken for a boy. So the audience would understand that she was, as she said, not that she played. But Daniel was aware that the words must have a further special meaning for Nell. She was a lesbian who was playing the part of a heterosexual Viola. So she was again not that she played. Indeed, there had been many occasions during the last few weeks when the class had tackled other scenes and Nell had played the parts of women who desperately fancied men. How complicated it must have been for her. Of course, it might explain her keen interest in Shakespeare's sexuality. The fact that he had composed poems about a handsome young lord, but he became sexually obsessed with a dark lady. And the fact that he wrote plays in which boys acted the parts of women, who, as an odd feature of the story, dressed themselves up as boys and fell in love with men. How complicated it must have been for Shakespeare. Daniel suddenly realized that his musings about sexual orientation had meant that he hadn't been listening to a word the performers had been saying. "Good madam, let me see your face," Nell said to Haley, who was playing Olivia, inviting her to lower her veil. Olivia's veil had been a problem in rehearsals. When Haley had experimentally held a flimsy scarf across the lower half of her face and rolled her eyes above it, she looked as if she was in some dreadful old comedy film, possibly called Carry On Up the Harem. Then she had adjusted the scarf to create a point hanging down in front, with the result that she appeared to be playing the part of a neckerchiefed bandit in an ancient cowboy film. And when she had radically changed the look by putting the scarf over her whole head, she had managed to resemble a corpse whose face had been decently but eerily covered. Eventually someone had lent her a hat with a black veil, and she had arrived for the evening wearing a suitable black outfit, to indicate that Lady Olivia was in mourning for her recently deceased brother. Unfortunately, the borrowed hat was clearly a fashion statement rather than attire for the bereaved. It was made to be worn at a jaunty angle, defying the laws of gravity, and boasted a scarlet feather which shouted that it wanted to be dancing down the catwalk. "We will draw the curtain and show you the picture," Haley read from her script. It had never occurred to her to try learning the lines like Nell had, and she lifted the veil. This was something of a relief because she'd been having trouble reading the script through the flimsy covering. On the other hand, she was smiling rather self-consciously because she was aware that Olivia was revealing her great beauty. In order to look her best, Hayley had daubed her face with plenty of makeup, and then, just before she began her scene, she'd hastily plastered on a second coat. Daniel drew in his breath sharply at the sight of the grief-stricken Countess Olivia, looking like a right slapper who was going out clubbing. "Is it not done well?" she inquired. He had to stop himself shouting out an agonized contradiction. Nell replied, "Excellently done, if God did all," without the slightest indication that whatever God might have originally done with Hayley's face was now completely invisible beneath the dense cosmetic mask. "'Tis ingrained, sir," Hayley read out, assuring Viola that Olivia's beauty was not created by artificial means. "It will endure wind and weather." Daniel reflected wryly that Hayley's makeup probably would indeed be able to endure weather, as it was not only coated an inch thick, but was no doubt waterproof. "'Tis beauty truly blent, whose red and white nature's own sweet and skilful hand laid on," Nell recited, gazing at Hayley's face, as if she hadn't noticed that the red and white of her complexion had not been created by the hand of nature, but by the hand of Max Factor. Daniel again turned his attention to the audience, particularly the three women he had been told were Nell's colleagues: receptionist, dental nurse, and hygienist. They seemed perfectly unsurprised at her confident performance, as if Nell's bright competence in all fields was taken for granted. He glanced round the other visitors who were watching. This scene wasn't as broadly comic as the previous one, so he looked for any frowns of mystification, or scowls of resentment, or perhaps yawns of boredom. But he was pleased to see interested faces, and even a few knowing smiles at the sight of two women taking the first steps in the ritual dance of courtship. "My lord and master loves you," Viola informed Olivia. "Oh, such love should be recompensed, though you were crowned the perfect queen of beauty." "How does he love me?" Hayley asked, looking up from her script. "With adorations and with fertile tears," Nell answered, gesturing towards her own eyes to illustrate the conventional compliment. "With groans that thunder love," she indicated her chest as the source of the groans. "With sighs of fire," she spread her fingers like flames leaping upwards. "If I did love you in my master's flame, with such a suffering, such a deadly life," Nell continued, with her hands contorted to show her master's pain at rejection, "in your denial I would find no sense." Then she dropped her hands, abandoning the melodramatic gestures, and spoke very simply. "I would not understand it." The sudden switch from the master's cliched posturing to the servant's genuine feelings made complete sense of Olivia's reaction. "Why, what would you?" The lady seemed immediately intrigued by Viola's personal response. "Make me a willow cabin at your gate," Nell replied with the casual assurance of an old hand at do-it-yourself. "And call upon my soul within the house." The way she stretched the longer, softer sounds of call and soul made her seem tenderly romantic. "Write loyal ballads of condemned love, and sing them loud even in the dead of night. Halloo your name to the reverberate hills, and make the babbling gossip of the air cry out, 'Olivia!'" Nell lengthened the sound of the name to give an impression of the hills echoing Olivia. Then she spoke intimately.
Oh, you should not rest between the elements of air and earth, but you should pity me." Haley gazed into Nell's eyes, with her mouth slightly open. "You might do much," she said, as if entranced. Then Viola took her leave, and Olivia was left alone with the dawning realization that she fancied the messenger more than the master. Haley had remembered Mimi's sensuous delivery of the next lines, and enunciated the sounds with the full play of her lapping tongue, and nipping teeth, and pouting lips. "Methinks I feel this youth's perfections with an invisible and subtle strength to creep in at my eyes." Daniel's eyes flicked towards Haley's guest, a burly bloke who had arrived wearing a motorcycle helmet and leather jacket. When he had removed them, he had revealed chunky arms heavily covered with writhing tattoos. Daniel was interested to see how the biker was reacting to his girlfriend being wooed by another woman, and to the way that she was clearly becoming entranced by the girl dressed up as a boy. The tattooed man's response was plain enough. The poor guy's eyes had popped wide in surprise, his bushy brows were lowered and hostile, and his mouth was twisted in perplexity halfway up to his ear. Presumably it was just more proof, the teacher reflected, that Shakespeare was so educational. How had Georgina ended up as Desdemona? Daniel asked himself the question wonderingly as he witnessed the theatrical diva fluttering her hands and raising her eyes to heaven. He had tried to coach her during rehearsals to gesture more naturally, but now there was an audience before her. She had reverted to all the strange physical mannerisms that he had worked so hard to eradicate. She had also reverted to her bizarre speech technique, the Victorian sing-song that she had learned as a girl at her long-ago school. Her voice rose in pitch until it was nearly a squeak, and then it dipped right down until it sounded almost masculine. It was like an escaped bird flying about the room, soaring and swooping erratically. Daniel tried to tell himself that this was the essence of theatre, the actors and the audience joining together in a game of let's pretend. He had begun the evening by asking the small group of spectators to forget the realistic performances that they were used to on TV and film. He had invited them instead to simply enjoy the unusual sight of a bunch of ordinary women pretending to be a queen or a servant, a young girl or an old nanny. It was like a party game in which everybody had to use their imagination. But he had to admit that he himself was finding it difficult to use his imagination to transform the mature Georgina into the innocent young bride Desdemona. And he was concerned in case someone in the audience might laugh out loud at her flutings and flutterings. He had to hope that everyone would just stare in fascination, as they might at a crazy lady talking to herself noisily in the street. Then she launched into Desdemona's Willow song. Her singing voice was a quavering soprano, and was of course accompanied by all the eye-rolling that Daniel had striven diligently to remove. Her small group of supporters, presumably the gent in the pinstriped suit was her husband, dutifully gave their respectful attention, and this may have helped to stifle any potential laughter from the others. Most of the audience gawped unsurely at this strange spectacle, like tourists observing the colourful but meaningless rituals of a foreign folk culture. Her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee,
Georgina trilled, illustrating the lyrics by pointing clearly first to her hand, then to her head, and finally to her knee, as if teaching infants their basic anatomy. Bosom was more vaguely located. It seemed to be an incorporeal entity that hovered about 6 inches in front of her, like ectoplasm.
If I court more women, you'll couch with more men,
the distressed maiden caroled, miming the courting of women by clasping her hands together prettily. Men were portrayed by the actress clenching her fingers tightly, so that to couch with more men seemed to be like engaging in a bout of fisticuffs. Mimi, who was playing the part of Desdemona's attendant, had so far made little impression, reading out Emilia's lines in a rather perfunctory fashion. She had unfortunately missed one chance to make a major contribution. Georgina, who was boldly acting without a script, had suddenly forgotten her lines, and had looked inquiringly at Mimi for a prompt. But sadly, her fellow performer was slow to realize the significance of Georgina's goggling stare, and just looked back at her in identical inquiry. After a tensely dramatic pause, Georgina had managed to stumble on. But now Mimi began to come into her own. The generously proportioned lady sailed in smoothly to dominate the scene, like a grand cruise liner gliding impressively into harbour. Georgina, as the newly married Desdemona, asked incredulously whether there really existed wives who were so sinful as to be unfaithful to their husbands.
Dost thou in conscience think, tell me, Emilia, that there be women do abuse their husbands in such gross ways?
Mimi gave the naive question a coolly appraising glance before reading out Emilia's reply. There be some such, no question, and followed it with a secret little smile. Desdemona exclaimed in horror,
Wouldst thou do such a deed for all the world?
Mimi made Emilia's response sound surprised. Why, would not you? Implying that only a fool would balk at a little adultery, if the reward was large enough.
No, by this heavenly light, was the young bride's virtuous oath.
Nor I neither, by this heavenly light, Mimi replied slyly. I might do it as well in the dark. Her eyebrows leapt up and down suggestively, and the spectators chuckled as they warmed to her.
Wouldst thou do such a deed for all the world?
Desdemona's repeated question sounded almost infantile. The world's a huge thing, Mimi replied with a philosophical shrug. It is a great price for a small vice.
In truth, I think thou wouldst not,
Desdemona asserted, refusing to believe in such a moral compromise. In truth, I think I should, Mimi insisted, and again her eyebrows danced. Daniel, scrutinizing the audience to judge their reactions, had no difficulty in picking out Mimi's daughters. The 2 young black women who sat rather oddly 1 seat apart, with a handbag on the empty chair in between them, as if to separate them. The first daughter seemed to be impressed by her mother's theatrical presence, and amused by her cavortings. But the second daughter looked more suspicious of the whole enterprise, and kept glancing disapprovingly towards her sister, apparently resenting her enjoyment. Daniel returned his attention to the performance, in which Desdemona was still clinging to her conviction that there was simply no such thing as an unfaithful wife.
I do not think there is any such woman.
Yes, a dozen, Mimi scoffed. Then she moved into Emilia's big speech, the one which argues that if a husband takes his sexual pleasures outside the marital bed, then that fully justifies his wife also having an affair.
Daniel had told Mimi that it was a brave speech for its time. Many men in the original 17th century audience would have been outraged to be told that what is sauce for the goose is also sauce for the gander. Mimi turned her whole body full on towards her modern audience, as if she was preaching the gospel, and, glancing down at her script occasionally, gave it to them hot and strong. "But I do think it is their husbands' fault if wives do fail," she announced, pointing an emphatic finger at her congregation. "Say that they slack their duties," the finger drooped sadly, "and pour our treasures into foreign laps." Mimi was not inhibited by Georgina's ladylike delicacy, and clarified the meaning of foreign laps by gesturing definitively to the area between her thighs. The list of husbands' faults continued. "Or else break out in peevish jealousies, throwing restraint upon us," she complained, dismissing such pettiness with a sweep of her hand. "Or say they strike us." She stopped, staring accusingly around and brandishing her fist to illustrate the blow, but also perhaps to imply that if any man tried striking her, she'd certainly punch him back twice as hard. "If we are wronged, then we will have revenge." A growl of approval came from the audience. "Let husbands know," she warned, wagging an admonishing finger. "Their wives have senses too. They see and smell, and have their palates both for sweet and sour, as husbands have." Her pink tongue snaked out and lapped over sensuous lips. Seated watching, Haley's tattooed boyfriend pulled his head back a bit, as if withdrawing from a personal affront. Mimi's voice rang out as she warmed to her theme, the treachery and hypocrisy of errant husbands. "What is it that they do when they change us for others? Is it sport? I think it is. And doth their passion breed it? I think it doth. Is it frailty that thus errs? It is so too. And have we not our passions, desires for sport, and frailty, as men have?" The orator nodded her head in confirmation, and some of the women in the audience nodded back in agreement. "Then let them use us well," Mimi exhorted. "Else let them know the ills we do, their ills instruct us so." Her listeners were momentarily transfixed by her fierce eyes and feisty ultimatum. And then some of them began to applaud. Mimi looked surprised at the response, and then amazed as everyone else joined in the acclaim. The first of Mimi's daughters raised her hands high to clap exuberantly, and the second immediately imitated her. Then the first stood up in salute, and the second jumped to her feet likewise. Daniel noticed that even the tattooed man, after a slight hesitation, clapped his great paws together twice. Mimi put her hand over her mouth in delighted embarrassment, and Georgina ended the scene with Desdemona's final lines, but no one was listening, and the actors walked off to renewed applause. Flick was wearing a simple white dress with a pleated skirt. When she had been unwillingly landed with the role of Cleopatra, she had first decided on the most basic all-black outfit to demonstrate that she was just in rehearsal clothes and was definitely not trying to be a gaudily dressed sex bomb. But then, unfortunately, she found that Haley had already decided to wear black, to indicate that Olivia was in mourning, and Flick realized that if she wore the same color, it would look like she had also come from a funeral. Perhaps grey would be the best compromise, But Flick hadn't got a grey dress, and she was damned if she was going to buy one specially to act with Daniel. So white it was. The teacher had explained to the audience that because the group was one person short, he would read in the part of the messenger. It sounded to Flick as if he was preparing the visitors for something of an anticlimax to the evening, so she felt that the responsibility fell on her to put on a show. She had learned her lines, and she was determined to give it her best. What she did lack was the practice of rehearsals. Daniel had been very busy coaching all the other actors in their scenes, so he had found little time to rehearse with Flick. They had only met for one brief read-through. After that, whatever times he had made himself available had proved inconvenient for Flick, or at least she had said that they were all inconvenient. It was almost as if she was avoiding him. Daniel had outlined the dramatic situation to the audience, that Queen Cleopatra was in Egypt, waiting for news from her lover Antony, who had returned to Rome in order to deal with the business of politics and warfare. Flick began the scene sitting sprawled on a chair, with one leg outstretched, her head bowed, and her fist to her lips. She was motionless, with her face concealed by her long black hair, and she looked bored, or perhaps as if her thoughts were many miles away. Daniel walked on, stood at attention, and bowed his head respectfully. Flick listlessly raised her face towards him, and then was suddenly galvanized. "Oh, from Italy!" she cried out excitedly, leaning forward to hear the long-awaited news. "Ram thou thy fruitful tidings in my ears, that long time have been barren," she commanded, spreading her hands in the urgency of Cleopatra's surprisingly sexual demand. Daniel advanced and dropped down onto one knee before her. "Madam," he began, but then he paused to show that the messenger was worried about telling the awful truth. He tried again, "Madam," and was instantly interrupted. "Antony's dead!" Flick gasped in terror. At once she leapt onto the offensive, stabbing a threatening finger at the messenger and hissing, "If thou say so, villain, thou kill'st thy mistress." Daniel had opened his mouth, but did not speak, as if dumbfounded by the threat. Suddenly Flick's face softened, and her grey eyes gazed intimately into Daniel's, as the Queen tried to bribe the messenger to provide good news of Antony. "But well and free, if thou so yield him," she urged in honeyed tones. "There is gold," and she indicated a heavy gold ring that embraced her finger. "And here my bluest veins to kiss," she offered proudly, holding out her hand imperiously, "a hand that kings have lipped and trembled kissing." She made it clear that kissing her hand would not only be an erotic pleasure, but also an intimidating ordeal. Daniel leaned backwards to suggest that the kneeling messenger was wary of Her Majesty's unpredictability. He glanced down at his script, though he knew what his next line was, to demonstrate to the audience that he was just a stand-in, and that they should concentrate on the character of Cleopatra. "First, madam, he is well," he said cautiously. "Why, there's more gold!" Flick responded in delight, slipping a gold bracelet from her wrist and offering it as payment for more good news. But then she abruptly halted and withdrew the proffered reward, examining his words suspiciously. "But, sirrah, mark, we sometimes say the dead are well." She edged her voice with steel. "Bring it to that. The gold I give thee will I melt and pour down thy ill-uttering throat." And to emphasize the point, she actually grabbed him by the throat.
Daniel gave an inadvertent gulp in reaction to this unexpected and uncomfortable move. "Good madam, hear me," he croaked. The audience chuckled at what they assumed was the teacher's clever acting. But in fact, it was the only noise he could make, with Flick's grip tight on his larynx. "Well, go to, I will," she said, releasing him and sitting back. Daniel swallowed and then opened his mouth to speak. "But there's no goodness in thy face," the Queen of Egypt interrupted, thrusting her head forwards. "If Antony be free and healthful, why so tart a favour to trumpet such good tidings?" "Will it please you hear me?" he asked. "I have a mind to strike thee ere thou speak," she threatened distrustfully, raising a hand as if to slap his face. Daniel watched her carefully. After she had nearly throttled him, he was on the alert for any further unrehearsed assault. But the script took another turn. "Yet if thou say Antony lives, is well, or friends with Caesar, or not captive to him," she promised caressingly, "I'll set thee in a shower of gold, and hail rich pearls upon thee." She was pulling the gold ring and more bracelets off her and dropping them onto his head so that they then tumbled to the floor. From her seat in the audience, Flick's sister-in-law, who had kindly loaned the gold jewellery, was affronted to see her glistening ornaments getting chucked carelessly to the ground as if they were just gaudy bling. When she had initially seen them adorning Flick as the only indication that she was supposed to be Queen Cleopatra, they had appeared suitable evidence of wealth and royalty. But now that they were being discarded like cheap props, it seemed very like an insult to her good taste. She poked an outraged elbow into her husband's ribs and glared accusingly at him. It was his sister who had borrowed the jewellery under false pretences, and was now contemptuously hurling them away in front of all these people. Meanwhile, the messenger had assured the Queen that her lover Antony was well. "Well said," Flick smiled, placing an approving hand on Daniel's shoulder. "And friends with Caesar," he assured her. "Thou art an honest man," she encouraged him, sliding her hand up to his neck. He tensed. It appeared to the onlookers that Daniel was doing a good impression of a man who was worried that he might get strangled again. But the truth was that Daniel genuinely was a man who was worried that he might get strangled again. He realized that it had been madness to try performing a sequence involving violence without proper preparation. He knew perfectly well that stage fighting needed as much precise rehearsal as a pas de deux in ballet. When they had started the scene, he had vaguely assumed that Flick would perform a mild little mime to represent the attacks. But now he suspected that he was facing someone who had learned the lines and was totally committed to the role, but had no idea about how professional actors pull their punches. Her inexperience could cause havoc and prove very painful for him. "Caesar and he are greater friends than ever," the messenger prevaricated, postponing the devastating news. "Take thee a fortune from me," Flick offered, and patted him on the cheek. Daniel looked deep into her mesmeric grey eyes and completely forgot his lines. He gazed at the fullness of her seductive lips, and his head was empty. She raised her eyebrows questioningly. Feeling foolish, he consulted his script and found his line. "But yet, madam." "I do not like 'but yet,'" she said sharply. "It does undo the good preceding. Fie upon 'but yet.'" Her hand was still touching his cheek. He waited to see whether he was going to get slapped. "He's friends with Caesar," she cooed, patting his cheek lightly. "In state of health, thou sayest," she patted him again, "and thou sayest free. As she patted him for the third time, he braced himself for the coming blow, reflecting that the audience would be very impressed by the realistic stage fighting, and also by the realistic red mark she was about to leave on his cheek.
"Free, madam." "No, I made no such report," he contradicted her. "He's bound unto Octavia."
She froze, with her fingers pressing hard against his face.
"For what good turn?" she demanded. "For the best turn in the bed," he blurted out.
"No, I am pale," she exclaimed in horror, and to his surprise and relief lifted her palm and placed it protectively against her own cheek.
"Madam, he's married to Octavia," Daniel said clearly,
and he was only too aware that Cleopatra's next line was followed in the script by the stage direction, "She strikes him down."
"The most infectious pestilence upon thee!" Flick screeched, and a blow came out of nowhere, knocking his head sideways.
He had been closely watching the hand that had been patting his cheek, expecting the attack to come from there, and had ignored her other hand, which turned out to be the one she used to whack him. Perhaps because it was her left hand, she couldn't get her full force behind the blow, and it wasn't precisely aimed. He felt himself hit rather dully on the side of the head. To make the clumsy impact seem more effective to the audience, he gave a yell and fell from his kneeling position down to the floor.
"Good madam, patience," he implored her.
"What say you? Hence, horrible villain," she ordered. According to the script, she had now to strike him again. But that wasn't easy with Daniel lying on the floorboards, so she improvised by kicking him in the belly. His grunt of pain was very convincing. Meanwhile, she ranted, "Or I'll spurn thine eyes like balls before me." He knelt up again as she screamed, "I'll unhair thy head." He knew that the next stage direction specified that she should haul him up and down by his hair. So when Flick grabbed it, he seized her wrist and clamped her hand firmly to his head to prevent her yanking his hair out by the roots. Then, still imprisoning her hand in his grip so she couldn't scalp him, he yelped and twisted his head about theatrically to give the impression that she was the one who was doing the twisting. "Thou shalt be whipped with wire," she shrieked, "and stewed in brine, smarting in lingering pickle." Daniel released her wrist, and she withdrew her hand from his head.
"Gracious madam," he appealed to her, "I that do bring the news made not the match."
"Say 'tis not so. A province I will give thee, and make thy fortunes proud," she promised desperately, taking his face between her hands. She stroked his cheek as she offered to pardon him for annoying her. "The blow thou hadst shall make thy peace for moving me to rage." She was gazing beseechingly at him, trying to persuade him to deny the fact that her lover had married another woman. "And I will grant thee any gift besides." Daniel bizarrely felt that she was about to kiss him.
"He's married, madam,"
he replied apologetically, and he felt himself wishing that she would indeed kiss him. But he was abruptly dragged back from such thoughts by the alarming recollection that Cleopatra's next line in the script was followed by the stage direction, "She draws a knife." Daniel had bought a plastic dagger from a store's toy aisle to ensure that whoever was playing the messenger would not come to any harm. But although he was fairly confident that the dagger was blunt and unlikely to draw blood, he was aware that the blade was still strong, so he was certainly going to get hurt if Flick chose to jab him in the chops. "Rogue, thou hast lived too long!" she shouted, and the dagger appeared in her fierce grip. She swung the blade wildly, as if to carve open his face, and he jerked urgently away to avoid it. The plastic weapon whirled past his eyes. He was relieved to utter his next line. "Nay then, I'll run!" jumping to his feet and retreating rapidly. The spectators chortled in pleasure at seeing the big man being routed by a woman. But Daniel wasn't bothered about being laughed at. He was only relieved that he had survived unscathed. Standing so far away from the Queen that his back was against the wall, he called out, "What do you mean, madam? I have made no fault." "Some innocents escape not the thunderbolt," she replied unrepentantly. Then she took a deep breath and straightened her back, regaining her poise. Her voice was calmer. "Come again. Though I am mad, I will not bite thee." Daniel hadn't even considered the possibility that Flick might bite him. It was an unsettling thought. He spoke the messenger's next nervous line, "I am afeard to come," and knew how the man felt. "I will not hurt thee," she said wearily, dropping the knife to the floor. She looked regretfully at her empty palms. "These hands do lack nobility, that they strike a meaner than myself, since I myself have given myself the cause." Then she addressed Daniel sullenly. "Come hither, sir. Though it is honest, it is never good to bring bad news." He advanced towards her, but did not get within arm's reach, just in case the amateur actress launched into another bit of spontaneous improvisation that might take his eye out. "I have done my duty," he asserted. "Is he married?" she demanded, thrusting her head towards him. "I cannot hate thee worser than I do, if thou again say yes." Keeping a careful watch on both her hands, Daniel replied, "He's married, madam." "The gods confound thee!" she swore, contorting her fingers into claws. Alive to any threat, he wondered how sharp her fingernails were. "Dost thou hold there still?" she asked in exasperation. "Should I lie, madam?" he pleaded. Out of the corner of his eye he could see the dagger lying near. She only had to bend down to grab it again. "Oh, I would thou didst!" she exclaimed. "Get thee hence! Hadst thou the fairest face of all, to me thou wouldst appear most ugly." He began to leave her, walking backwards. He knew that one should never turn one's back on a queen, and that one should never turn one's back on an amateur actor with a threatening weapon to hand. "He is married?" she implored him. "I crave your highness' pardon," the messenger excused himself. "He is married?" she repeated obsessively. Daniel gazed into Flick's hurt eyes. "Take no offence, for I would not offend you," he said quietly. "To punish me for what you make me do seems most unequal." He looked apologetically for a moment into her pained grey stare. Then he said sadly, "He's married to Octavia." She closed her eyes and moaned, "Still thou sayest that Antony has deceived me. I wish that thou deceived me now in saying it." She turned her back on him, murmuring, "Get thee hence." He bowed his head and retreated further. "I faint," she whispered, putting a hand to her temple. He stopped, as if uncertain. "But come again," she ordered, with her eyes closed as if she had a headache. "Report to me the features of Octavia, her years, her disposition. Do not leave out the colour of her hair." A ripple of amusement rose from the audience in reaction to Cleopatra's sudden switch from melodramatic fainting to making detailed inquiries about her rival. "Let him forever go," she announced, with a heartfelt resolution to forget Antony. But then she immediately changed her mind. "Let him not!"
she sounded yearning. Though he be painted one way like a monster, the other way's a Mars. But then, as the Queen switched emotions again, Flick muttered in an undertone, "Bring me word how tall she is." Daniel could see that the watching faces were smiling, not only in amusement, but also in admiration, as Cleopatra returned to her tragic pose, declaring, "Pity me, sir, but do not speak to me. I will withdraw me to my chamber." She strode slowly off, holding her head high, as if nobly going to the execution block, and her stately exit was acclaimed by a warm burst of applause. "The smell of the grease paint, the roar of the crowd," Georgina gurgled, giddy with triumph. She seemed to think that the enthusiastic reception, which had earlier greeted Mimi's attack on unfaithful men, had actually been in recognition of her mellifluous rendering of Desdemona's song. "The play's the thing!" she exulted, almost as if she was drunk. The great actress had actually been very nervous before the performance, and now the bottled-up tension was fizzing out of her like champagne. "They say the show ain't over till the fat lady sings," Mimi guffawed, buoyed by similar euphoria. "Well, let me tell you, this fat lady is singing, and she is dancing, and she is twerking her beautiful butt at Little Master Shakespeare." The show had ended. The family and friends had gathered round the relieved performers, doling out compliments, and finally the members of the little audience had wandered out into the shallow snow and tramped towards their cars. No, don't you go," Georgina ordered the cast members who were putting on their coats. "I have an announcement to make." Bright-eyed with excitement, she seemed oblivious to the wry smiles greeting her words. Another announcement from Georgina. "Everyone is invited back to my house, where I have laid on a spread of fine food and drink. Now you must all come. I won't take no for an answer." There was a pleased murmur, despite the slightly hectoring tone of the invitation. Georgina might not be very diplomatic, but everyone appreciated that she meant well, and everyone suspected that she would provide fare fit for a gourmet. She added, "And Henry, my husband, has been instructed not to touch a drop, so that those of you who appreciate good wine can be driven home by him." The others exchanged impressed smiles and looks of anticipation. "Right, that's my evening sorted. Henry's driving me home," Haley called out. "Cheers, Georgina." Others added to Haley's approval and gratitude, and Georgina smirked and inclined her head to either side in acknowledgment. "But first, a small presentation," she continued, taking full control. "Daniel? Where is Daniel?" They looked round for him, but he had unaccountably disappeared. "Oh, perhaps he's gone to the little boy's room," Georgina said. "That's good, because I got him a thank you card, and I want you all to sign it." She produced a large card, and they happily began to add their signatures. Daniel had noticed Flick leaving the hall, and had followed her outside. The ground was only hidden by a thin covering of white, and just a few stray snowflakes were gently drifting down. She was standing at some distance in the shadows, with her back turned, staring into the night. She hadn't put on her coat, so her white dress seemed to merge with the snowfall. Once again she was hugging herself, as if to keep warm, or to give herself some comfort. As he slowly approached, he could hear that his footsteps were silenced by the carpet of snow. So when he spoke her name, it was almost in a whisper. Felicity. She straightened immediately, but did not turn to face him. Sorry, Flick, he corrected himself, cursing that he got her name wrong again. There was no response. I just came out to check that you were all right, he said quietly. You must be cold. The silence continued. Snowflakes glistened in her hair, which fell as black as night. Then she blurted out, I'm sorry. Her voice had lost all its strength. I don't know what came over me. He said unsurely. I could have injured you, she admitted, sounding shocked. I'm really so sorry. No, he replied. No harm done. He tried to reassure her. And you gave a wonderful performance. No, I didn't, she insisted, turning her head to look at him over her shoulder. I was dreadful. I was completely out of control. I hit you and I kicked you, and I nearly stuck that bloody dagger in your eye. It was like I'd gone totally mad. She turned completely round and looked up at him, her lovely face a picture of regret and concern as she searched his skin for damage. You're bleeding, she cried. I knew I'd hurt you. Surprised, he touched his fingers to his cheek and then glanced at the result, the lightest smear of blood. It's only a scratch, he said. Are you sure you're all right? She asked in consternation. Gently she raised her hand to his face and laid it tenderly on his cheek. He flinched at the contact, not because it hurt, but because it sent tingles throughout his body. He didn't feel in danger of getting slapped this time, but he had no idea what she might do instead. Her anxious eyes were shining brighter than the surrounding snow, and he felt himself bewitched by her glistening scrutiny. I'm absolutely fine, he replied, placing a reassuring hand on her arm. They gazed deeply into one another's eyes, as if asking questions that remained unspoken, and neither moved. I'm so sorry, she repeated in a hushed tone. No, I'm sorry, he said, and his voice sounded husky. Sorry for everything I did all those years ago, and everything I didn't do. Not making that bloody phone call. Her stare was unwavering, and her eyes were like diamonds gleaming in the night. He had the strangest feeling that she might begin to cry. But I know you can never forgive me, he continued, his voice low, and he raised his other hand to hold her also. I do realize that, he murmured, lowering his head towards her. Slowly she lifted her face to him, and her soft lips were slightly parted. Without any conscious idea of what he was doing, he gradually moved his face nearer to hers, his lips nearer to hers. And as they met with gentle hesitation, he felt how cold her cheeks were, but how warm were her lips. He embraced her, holding her to him, and her hands clutched him tightly, as if they would never let him go. The kisses were at first tender with regret, and then became increasingly firm with longing. They were by turns slow and soft, exploring in wonder, and then swelling to the urgency of pent-up passion. And all the while, shining snowflakes were floating down out of the darkness, falling softly on their hair like confetti scattered from the heavens. Hooray! They were interrupted by a burst of cheering and hands clapping. Reluctantly, the lovers pulled their lips apart and turned to see that the other women were all standing in the hall doorway, applauding delightedly. "We seem to have an audience," Daniel commented wryly, but he did not let go of her. "Yes, quite an audience," she agreed, smiling. Then she whispered, "But I'm not acting now." No more pretense, no more hiding behind a mask. "Nor me," he assured her quietly. "I promise you that this isn't an act. This is for real." She gazed directly at the man she'd always wanted and found that all her reservations had melted away. She trusted him completely, and her heart was wide open. Georgina's voice rang out. "I'm sorry if I'm interrupting Romeo and Juliet, but your presence is required inside. Forthwith, if you please." The class disappeared inside, chirruping with pleasure at the extra entertainment. Daniel and Flick looked in amusement at each other and followed, with his arm wrapped round her, hugging her close. As they arrived under the archway, he released her, gesturing to the open door. "After you, Flick." She stepped ahead of him into the entrance and then stopped and turned to him. Lifting her face to his, she said intimately, "Actually, you can call me Felicity. I rather like it." Her eyes beamed into his. "But nobody else gets to call me that. Only my lover." And she went inside. As they entered the hall, they saw that someone had lit the candles which had been used in one of the drama sessions, so the room glowed with a warm orange light. As the couple came in, they were greeted by another cheer and more clapping. "Now that you two have joined the company again," Georgina announced with a roguish smirk, "we just have a small presentation to make. It's only a card, but we've all signed it. Flick, you must come and sign it, to say thank you, Daniel, for all your hard work. We're all very grateful, and I personally think that the evening was something of a triumph." Her statement was met with murmurs of agreement from the others. "I'll just read out the message on the card. Oh no, on second thoughts, we can all read it out together. Everybody move to where you can see it. Hang on, I've got to put my glasses on." As the other women gathered round the thank you card, Daniel glanced round at each of them. There was Haley, happy with the performance, and even happier with the prospect of a boozy feast. And next to her was her friend, Steph, bright with delight that she had found something special in her life. Mimi was bouncing with joy at the ovation she had received, and every one of Lynn's facial lines looked like a youthful smile. And then there was Nell, who had been deceived by Chloe, but now was beaming with the satisfaction of someone who had sweetly pressured the class to attempt Shakespeare and whose plan had come to such fruition. And there was Felicity signing the card. As he stared in wonder at her in the simple white outfit, he couldn't help but think how breathtaking she would look in a wedding dress. Then suddenly Georgina, in high spirits, was waving her arms about as if she was conducting a choir, and all the women were reading from the card, chanting in unison, "We're not the Jesus girls, but we're not witches, and we're not Will's women, we're Shakespeare's bitches."